Hi, everybody. How are you? Waiting for things. Waiting for the live to go live. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. There it goes. Hi, everybody. Like, share, and subscribe, please. Don't know what accent that was done in, but I am Southern by birth. Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, I connect on an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore. I'm very proud of this. Artwork to create. Please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description after this live is uploaded, but on all my other videos, you can find me there. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you can find all the pyramids that are behind me. There's a lot more behind me, behind the chair. This isn't up there yet, but Paint and Sip, I don't think I'm selling this one. Paint and Sip Paintings, I'll make another one. There's pyramids and all kinds of stuff. So go check my website out. It's a portfolio. You can't purchase anything on there, but you can email me because that's how I do everything. Also there's 3D memberships where guess what? There's just one tier and it's a really great way to help me out because it's getting scary around this parts. So please, channel memberships are open and how I give back to you guys for helping me out. You get a free entry once a month. I do a raffle. This month's raffle, because of Memorial Day, I don't want to do it today because it's not Memorial Day just yet. I might be raffling this guy off. It's a patriotic skull. I just got to take care of the bottom there. But that the patriotic piece will be put up on my community tab by the weekend's end. I'm still working on some stuff, but that's one way you guys get a thank you back is free raffle entries. And I also do oracle cards for the collective of the members. So I will tap in. I use a whole lot more oracle cards and I give you more of a complete story. So check out those channel member bonus content videos if you're a channel member. Now, hi everybody. Wow, house is getting packed here. Hi, Scott. Hi, Auntie Amy. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, Catherine. Hi, El Sunray. Hi, Ivy. Hi, you lovely, beautiful souls. Hi, Kim. My chat might be a little behind and laggy. Hi, Roger. Got my beautiful coffee. 4 days left of work. 4 more days. Um, I'm a little late. I was gonna go on at 5, but I had to go to the post office. It was my friend Katie's birthday, and I made her something, and I needed to send it out before tomorrow. And I'm late because her birthday was yesterday. So happy birthday, Miss Katie, Miss Lady Katie. Um, Hi Sparky. Hi Gregory. Oh, there's so much to go on. So much. Um, I never had Clover's Club, however you say that name, that brand. Um, Max Velocity likes its cheese curds and actually named his kitty cat after the cheese curds from Clover's. So I might have to try. Huh? Sorry, somebody on Telegram was like, "What? To channel?" Great to be here. Great. I'm glad all of you are here. Ash Maya, you're amazing, FYI. Amazing. Um, so it's Friday. I was with the older kids today. Let me just get Lady Katie out of my little message box here, and I'll show you the Schumann today. Like I said, if I could write a doctoral thesis about kids and energy in the electromagnetic field, I would get some sort of prize. Um, so we had a lot of spiking going on in this afternoon. One of the kids started freaking out, and we had to put him in another room. And let's just say I checked the Schumann residence, and there it is. So if you're feeling a little off and a little wonky today, there's your reasoning. Um, yeah, interesting. Interesting. So, I didn't get to listen. I know Ginny went live today and Miss Charlene sent me like to look into it, and I definitely will. Um, didn't get to I started watching it a little bit, but didn't get too far into it. That's the electrical field today. That's damn high. We're getting smacked by solar flares. But also, I was listening, Alexandra Quinn had a very interesting video up. I was trying to like get some tidbits off of that. Basically, there's a chart I'm going to show in a minute because it's good. But wherever we are consciously, I'm not here to judge where you see the earth, whether it be flat, whether it be globular, whether it be toroidal, whatever you think, whatever your heart space desires. The Curtises yesterday tapped into that shit real quick. Real quick. They spoke it. It was about sex. That whole chapter was about Buddha. But at the end, take it out of this, the naughty context, it makes sense. Um, it makes sense. So what he was talking about, which is true astrologically, is the position of our sphere, our firmament, the hologram, whatever you want to call it, the black hole sun, won't you come? There is an alignment with Alcyone. That is Tara 2, Earth 2. That's our central sun. And we're in alignment and it's Taurus season. Taurus, Pleiades is in Taurus, the constellation. So we're in alignment with that, and we're getting a lot of energy. We're getting a lot of upgrades, a lot of downloads, a lot of information. Your body is sifting through this stuff, so give yourself some time. Every night I've been listening to Brian Scott's 8-hour sleep meditation on reprogramming my subconscious. I've been doing this every night this week. I actually, the other day, for the first time in 4 years, I missed my alarm clock. Thankfully, Freya woke me up and I still got to work way on time. Hi, Bob. Um, but I've been listening to those, trying to reprogram my brain because there's a block in the subconscious, still working on it. Um, and if you watch the Chosen One videos that I post once in a while, I know Scott Pace is starting to. I know El Sunray watches them. There's some other ones that if you allow the video to like do its thing, and at the end it'll give you another video from somewhere else. For me, it's been guiding me towards the feeling. So it's not just about imagining, it's not just about like wishing upon a star, sitting back with your popcorn, wanting things to happen. You have to feel it. And you have to hold that feeling. It's not just like a fleeting moment of a, kitty cats, I love you. No, like you got to feel it to win at chicken dinner. You got to feel it chicken winner dinner. Yeah, there is a block. I know I have a block and I can't figure out where that block is in what section of the programming. And I know our programming is upgrading. So we're getting rid of a lot of gunk. A lot of the codes are being rewritten. We're being downloaded information, but that code is in a subconscious state where consciously I can act as if I can raise my frequency. I can just go. You have to put action into motion. You're still in 3D. So I've been putting out applications left and right, and I've been really thinking happy thoughts. I'm still seeing myself in the classroom. I'm trying to like be lighthearted with the staff. I'm walking with my shoulders high. I'm elevated. I'm going about it, and I'm just acting as if. But you have to feel the as if. You have to believe in it and you have to wholeheartedly do it, not just half-ass. So manifestation comes down to your frequency of just feeling. But in the subconscious, if your subconscious isn't being rewritten, it's still going to project that code for you to experience in your reality. You're the one writing it, but it's your subconscious that writes it. You got to re-steer that subconscious, but that's not easy to do, and that takes time. And some of us, like myself, doesn't have time. So I've been doing it in my sleep. I mean, I can meditate and clear myself, but I'm not sitting in an hour meditation. I might sit in 5 to 10 minute meditations, but that's not going to rework and rewire my brain. It isn't going to do it. You know, I think a lot could, I'm not getting clarity from upstairs because this is an initiation for me. Going through this nonsense is an initiation for me. It's a lesson. It's like the last hurdle over. Okay, like you mastered this. Great. Thank you, Spirit. But let me see if I could find said chart because this was mind-blowing and I saw everything happens right before I go live. Oh, and today one of the paraprofessionals, um, she's like me. She kind of is a not a loner. I'm very extroverted at work. I like talking with everybody and just feeling energy. And I don't care. I'm weird. I clear energy in the room. There's some funky energy in the room today. So I was just doing my feng shui thing. She got me lunch and it was Chinese food. And the fortune cookie I got, be daring, try something new. And I'm like, okay, Spirit, that's great. What is the new thing I need to try? Yes. What's up, Buckshot? I'm gonna see if I could save this to my computer only because um it might make my life easier if I want to zoom in because there's a lot of words. It's like a meme thingy. A meme thingy. Yes, baby. We're working. Okay, so wait a second. Allison did wear white the other day. I wore white on, okay, my kids' last day was yesterday, my students, my pre-K kids. The older students is next week. So I wore white yesterday. I'm like trying to upgrade the clothing, but at the same time, I still need black. I'm all about it. So Amy, like, there's so many programs that are, I call it a program because they're codes in your body. It's how we run. It's how we run. It's the contract that we chose. It's the things that we picked out for our lives. That's a code that sits in our DNA. And it activates when it needs to come out in the hologram. I'm going to show you the hologram in a second. And our subconscious literally energetically, hi Sparkette, our energy in the codes in our DNA is upgrading. But we've always been upgrading, FYI. But the codes lie dormant until it is time for the said catalyst to hit you, or the relationship to be embarked, or you meet somebody on the street and that contact, something sparks in your DNA and you give a smile to that person. They needed that smile for them to live. So you have these codes within you, but they lie in your subconscious for the most part. And it projects into your reality the things that you need that you wrote. The problem is we've been indoctrinated also with other layers of nonsense. It's like, Windows 94, and then you upgrade in 97. You're like, how the hell do I operate this operating system? What the hell? And then you go from the Windows to a Mac. You're like lost as shit. It's going from an Android to a iPhone, or an iPhone to an Android. You're like, I don't know how the hell this thing works, and it takes time for you to get used to it. So that's kind of literally where we are as humanity. We are getting upgraded, and we're like, what? We're in that, what the hell? The system needs to be debugged. Our codes are shedding out of us, but we're also holding on to the layering of the codes. And we're not aware of what the codes are because it's subconscious. It's not for us to know. It's what our brain, it's in us. In us. So I'm going to share something with you that I just saw that I don't, here's the thing. I will explain it. I don't necessarily agree with everything on it, but it is good information. What's up, Taylor? You see the coffee? Yeah, now it's gone. On a white shirt, that shit stains. That's why I don't wear white, because Allison gets really messy. Out. Yeah. So as Alexander Quinn was explaining in, for what part I got up to, the codes that are coming in potentially now for some of us, not all of us, it's not for everybody just yet. It's more of an enhancement. The codes that are incoming are the ones that are going to write us for the physical body. But we got more shedding of our energy to do of the third dimension. Then we move up to four. Where most of us are four. We're frequenting our energy states, our voltage, and our bodies are four. But we still live in three. I have not seen, I only get glimpses once in a while. I know Scott Pace, he's seeing glitches. A few of you told me you're seeing the glitches too. The glitches are happening, but that's in the hologram. You know what I've noticed before I show the chart El Sunray, and that's interesting you say that. Um, I never really tried to open up my third eye. It just sometimes it opens fully, sometimes it's half open. I don't really try to get that going. And I've seen videos. This was one of mo what I don't know what channel. I don't think it exists anymore or they're hiding it. There is a place in India, a temple or a sanctuary somewhere. Children were blindfolded, like layered blindfold. So it's not just the one and done. This thing was like different layers of blindfolds. And they took somebody in the audience, and mind you, every day there would be new people. They'd open up a book, bring it to the kid would hold the book, feel it, and then start reading it. Obviously their eyes are shut. They're using their third eye completely. I use my third eye more for my projection of my light body than I do for the physical world. I have to work on bringing the third eye into the physical and not letting it go in the astral. Okay, let me share screen. This is fantastic. Let me see if I can enlarge this baby. The hollow fractographic. I like that because it is fractaled. Etheric plasmic universe. 5D through 12D. Let me tell you what, Bob. I spilled coffee on my white shirt on Monday, and then I wore the same shirt the other day because I really like it. Miss M got me a shirt. She sent me some clothes, and I wore the shirt the other day after spilling the coffee on it, and then I got watercolors on that. So the hollow fractal graphic, the source, our creator. Think of this as a subatomic particle amplified. Pure plasma, ether, energy, and DNA, generator and cathode. I'm going to go over the chart and then I'll read. Then we have Earth, 1D through 5D. So let's just put things in perspective. 1D is Earth in its destructive, volcanic, just forming states. And in some spots, there is the start of minerals. 2D is where we have our vegetable and the beginnings of our animal world. You are right now currently already existing in all these dimensional spaces. You are the rock, you are the blade of grass, you are the vegetable, you are the ant, you are the cow, moo, you are the chicken, quack, quack. You're all of it. But you're not aware of that because you're in this conscious vehicle now. This is where your consciousness sits. So the electrical space equals plasma is the first state of matter, which is the basis for the other three states: gas, air, liquid, and solid. It is found in its pure state between worlds or creations and has the nature of gas or water, but is electromagnetic in nature, or the waters above and below, conductor of electricity. I do agree with this. I do agree. Our constellations are electrical circuit connectors that I absolutely align with to our realms, motherboards. See, I'm not alone in thinking of the system as a program. And it doesn't need to be a computer program. That humans develop computers. Humans are writing the codes for AI, so it cannot take over unless somebody makes that a thing. Just an FYI. And a few physicists and philosophers have argued this point. Well, is it sentient? Well, if it's all from source, yes, it is. It's sentient. All things are omnipotent, omnipresent, omnisentient. So therefore, everything, including this cute little chicken that Charlene made, quack, quack, or parrot, whatever you want to claim this is of source. So our pyramids that are all throughout our planet, whether they're above where we can see them physically or in the ocean that we can't see necessarily or they're being hidden, those are our grids. Now we are human grids. We, the humans, are grids. We have axial tonal lines that are grids. We have grid and meridian points within our bodies. And all of us, no matter where you are in the world, we are making up this grid in light, in photonic light. That is us. So no matter where you are, this is why we are all spread out. We're in different states, we're in different countries, we speak different frequencies of language because we need to have this grid. It needs to be. OMG, buckshot. Okay. I'm gonna put a little stop on this because you mentioned flamingo. There's a Danny Go video on YouTube. Little kids love the pink flamingo dance. There is a dance and there's a flamingo dance. Go check it out. Seriously, there's a flamingo and it's hysterical. And it's very toony and catchy. Okay, back to chart. Sorry, can't help myself here. So all fundamental forces merges with the electromagnetism, which is light. Which light to me, my equation is subatomic particle equals photon equals consciousness equals ether equals electricity equals all that is. The electromagnetism, which is light. Light can be converted into cycles, motions, animations, vibrations, into a magnetism and electricity, into energy, into matter, such as particles and molecules, into life and consciousness, into intelligence, and ultimately guides, forms all cycles of evolution in the known universe. Now, when I'm reading Blavatsky, the last stanza into this stanza I'm reading, I just started, it's talking about this indirectly. So, so, so so the clone thing, I do believe clones are real. I do believe in that. And I hope that they have cloned a million forms of me because, and all of you, to be honest, because hello, we need the damn light. Are they really clones or are they other selves? And if we look at clones, I urge everybody to watch Altered Carbon on Netflix. It's a little gory, it's very sexy. a lot of nudity and content on there, not for the kiddos. But if you could watch it, there's a lot of spiritual symbolism in it that if you catch it, you would understand. Um, I'm not worried about clones. I'm not in the Star Wars paradigm. More of the Star Trek, but not Star Wars. So, plasma ray, energy supply from the simulation. I'm going to read that book. I don't know if I'm reading Fajin next or I'm almost done with the holographic universe, which is fantastic. The simulation which spirals also why our sun spirals. So plasma torus field. So for us that, you know, there are I did it live and a spiritual soul advice or a pondering, whatever which one it is, about a person that Jason was on that was trying to convert him back to the globular. And I'm not here to disrespect because I really like both of them. And but Jason really heart feels like he feels it in his soul that the earth is flat. There's no changing your paradigm that you are actually seeing with your own two eyes. You cannot, for the life of me, unless you see it in 3D and it's your tangible universe to create, there is no right or wrong in the way you view something. Period. In the story. If someone here wants to say it's globe, I salute to you. If someone says it's flat, I salute to you. If someone says it's a toroidal field, absolutely go for you, go. But it doesn't matter. So, ice dome, convex lens. Game of Thrones was on to something, wasn't they? I think if there was 500 more versions of all of us, we would already have shifted way long time ago. Okay, so this is the interesting part of what they claim the moon is. I read it and I'm sitting with it to before I can say I align with this. Our moon is just a negative anaglyph or flat earth X-ray image. That makes a lot of effing sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. But I'm still sitting in here with that. I don't know, but it makes a lot of sense. It's plausible at least. Being bounced against our dome by the electromagnetic rays from the black sun moving through the waters below, which explains why it has no rotation and is fixed like our flat plane. So when I read that, what really got me was the black sun. And I don't necessarily believe in, I don't know if it's black. I don't know if I feel it's black. Hi, Barbara. I don't know. But that first part makes sense. And I should send this to Jason. The flat earth X-ray image, that's the moon. What do you guys think? Bye, Ivy. Absolutely. What are you guys thinking? Do you really like, does this make sense to you? Our moon, like I said, I'm not sure if I'm here yet. Our moon is just a negative anaglyph or flat earth X-ray image being bounced against our dome, FYI, the firmament, by the electromagnetic rays from the black sun. That was probably where our heat is coming from. The black sun is what's really throwing me off here. Moving through the waters below, as above, so below, which explains why it has no rotation and is fixed like our flat plane. If we took the black sun out of the equation, I totally would say absolutely I align with that, but I'm still sitting here. I'm still like sitting up here with that. And it didn't hit the heart yet. But what do you guys think? Like I really want to, I'm gonna probably end up sending this to Jason or Dina, to probably Dina, because this is more on the spiritual aspect of why a lot of us really feel that it's flat. And it's not, the way this is depicted makes sense. As above, look, the source creator, I wish I can draw on this. The source creator is that big heavenly globe of light, and then you got the black sun on the bottom. That makes sense to me. But I don't know if it's a black sun. I don't, I honestly, But then you also have to look at uh Pirates of the Caribbean when at some point they flip into another world. Yeah, I'm not wholly sold on the I like I don't heart feel the black sun. But I know there is something there. I just don't necessarily call it a black. Because I know when I did that trance meditation to go back up to source, what I was experiencing, this is just me personally, was the universe overlaying itself. The program overlays itself in a million different versions that goes up and up and up and up and up and up. And then it chops to the sides. I didn't reach, I had destinations to go, so I don't know if I were just to go in trance and just float around and see if there was something holding me back. I could further maybe speak on it, but I just know that I've seen the overlays of the Matrix and the different densities and different dimensional spaces show you have different physics, different math, different colors, different feelings. As you keep going up, you feel more love and more free. And ask anybody that has ever had an NED, they're going to tell you that when they went to the light, they felt love and they felt free. Nothing is binding them together. They just felt so. So plasma torus field. We have our own torus field from our heart. It's an electromagnetic energy that pulses out of us. And the laws of the Kabbalion and the laws of nature, everything is always at motion. At a subatomic rate, everything in you is moving. If you were to just meditate and sit in a meditation and actually watch your blood move through every one of your veins and organs, you are constantly moving. And if you were then to look at all the bacteria, the fungus, the bugs that inhabit your skin, the mites, and all of that crap, you are always in motion. You're vibrating. You just are not aware of it. Your eyes can't see that spectrum of movement. So you got to really think that we're always moving. And then our sun is just the focal point where the spiraling plasma light energy supply conjoins. For the energy is moving through our ice dome, convex lens, and waters below. So look at this image down here. That makes sense. That's a toroidal field. Buckshot, is she gonna be a sweet 16? We gotta do something big for her. So the Black Sun, Central Sun, our holographic programmer of reality, a resetter, a node, diverging lens. Oh, she's gonna be 15, so quinceañera. That's exciting. Oh, that's awesome. I have a friend that was born on that day too. So let's see what their truth, or their perception of truth is. All three models equal the whole. The plane you live on is flat, flat Earth. The structure it resides in is spherical and hollow. And I absolutely agree with that. I hard align with that. Spherical Earth. The world universe, it sits in a concave or expanding. Earth is not a planet, it's a realm. Concave Earth and universe. Now, if you were to venture to look at the Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall, he has the Norse depiction of the nine realms. It has Asgard as the top, Vanir, Helheim, Vanaheim, Midgard is the middle, it's a flat disc. And then you have Muspelheim, Svartalheim, Helheim, all Jotunheim. They have all the realms in different globes, but they're flat. And it's depicted, if you look at Norse, if you're interested in that, like India, the Vedics, I think, have a very similar, and the world tree, Yggdrasil, they call it Yggdrasil. It's the world tree. It's the tree of life. It sits in the middle and it extends to everything, all the realms. So, and then Bifrost is the rainbow bridge that we say our animals cross, but we do the same. We cross over on that rainbow bridge. Why? Because light through a prism is through the rays, the seven rays of our rainbow. It's your chakra system. I keep spelling coffee. I have to redo this. Yes. I'm a big Game of Thrones fan. I'm not gonna lie. I really, 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 really love Game of Thrones. There we go. I mean, and that's here, let me I can go bring that back up because now I have it. I'm not minimize it. Hang on, you guys see my big. I drop everything. This only has the Midgard, but this is Manly P. Hall's. I read this book on this channel. It's a huge book. Um, I'm getting hit with a lot of downloads, FYI. Let me see if just for shits and Allison giggles, my skirt is so big it got stuck in my chair. But you see, you have to understand, like, everybody's entitled to their perception. And when you're willing to open up and expand your mind to thinking, and like I said, I'm not sold on the black sun because I don't heart align with it, not because I don't think it exists. If someone's thinking it exists in some parallel universe somewhere. Like I said, there's an overlay. There's no right or wrong because it all exists. It's playing out on dual sets of the game. One side you have the negative playing out, and one side you have the positive playing out, and we choose what our soul needs to learn from. Like, take the emotional states out of things. Like, I know I'm being initiated right now. My life, doesn't help in this body, in this third dimensional form, that many of us are going through extremes of hardships and financial issues. And it's reality. It's not one that I want to have. It's one that I've thought I got rid of because I learned the lesson. I made major changes in my life. And now again, I'm trying to like, what do I need to do? Because I don't know. Absolutely. Absolutely. And staying positive, you got to be realistic about your positivity because you have to believe. That's the state of the feeling that I was talking about earlier. You have to really believe that things are going to happen good for you. But the test that many of us have already went through multiple times is that we work ourselves up into what we call hopium, that we believe so much that something is really going to happen, and then we get disappointed when, and you keep giving and giving, and decade after decade, you keep thinking this thing is going to manifest, and it never does. Because you have to ask yourself, was it for you? Was the universe trying to present something bigger and better for you? You just didn't get the signs and symbols. Hi, Em. Did you get the signs and symbols? Because I know that right now I'm not getting anything. Like when I'm getting channeled constantly, but it's for like that was mind blowing what I just showed. Like I'm definitely gonna send that to Jason because I want him to show his friend, like, look at the spiritual context to this. You're looking at it on a third dimensional framework. I'm looking at it at a 5D level of framework. I'm looking at it from the expanded viewpoint, not the down here classical physics and classical mathematics, because we're evolving out of that. We're evolving out of that. So let me just share my screen again. Like, is this the end all be all? Is this chart the end all be all? Probably not. But a lot of us are under, like, a lot of us have seen something similar to this in our meditations, in our dreams, in our escaping and getting on a ship and going with our alien friends. We have seen something similar to this. Jason Breshears talks about the electrical wars and talks about all of this stuff. So it is plausible. This is very plausible. But I'm going to go find if I can get, sorry, imagery of the Norse nine realms. There's a map. Oh, let me get my images here. Oh, there's a lot to dig into. Holy shit. Can I get the big can I get the big picture? No, it's not showing me the big picture, guys, so we're gonna have to just do this. Sorry. I tried making things easy, but things don't like to be easy. All right. So we have Asgard. Like that's like Odin being the signification of source, but he's not. He's not. He's just a being. We have Alphahem, Vanahem, Niflheim, Jotunheim. That's where the giants are. So look, so this is Earth. There's a rainbow bridge to Asgard. Let's just say it's a state of mind. Don't think of these as actual places. Asgard is a place outside of what we consider Noscomfundin ice wall, or inner earth through inner earth realms. And then below Midgard, that's earth. You have Muspel, that's the fire, and you have Nidavel, I can't you and then you have Hell, which is really ice. Hi, baby Luigi. So this is just one map, but I want you to think about 9 realms. Now, this is the picture that we can equate this to. The 9 realms. Sorry, this is so small. Oh, it's a store. I'm not trying to buy anything. Poopy doop. Bye. Bye. So this is the 9 realms. Shangri-La is in, I want to say, between the 4 octave to 5, 6 octave of density. And when I say octave, I mean right now we're in sub octave of 4. We're in the beginning stages of 4 and we're bouncing between 3 and 4. When you get into a full 4 octave physically, I'm talking about physical, Shambhala might open up. But I don't, I'm trying, it won't make it, it's a Pinterest. Doesn't like to go bigger. See, I don't have Pinterest. But you can look this stuff up. Ooh, what is this? Oh. Uh-uh. Holy fuck. Hello. Happy Friday. That's why Miss Allison here has coffee, because I can't do it without it. This is fantastical. I need to download that. Will it let me download it? I'm going to save the copy to this. Why won't let me save? Uh-oh, it frozies. Oh, no, it didn't. I had to move it. So we have Asgard as the top. We have Helheim. So as above, so below. Helheim is just it's duality in different ways. This is like if you watch Loki and Thor in the Marvel movies, like this is like the evil elf realm. This is a positive elf realm. And then you have the giants in Jotunheim. They're the giants. And then you have the other race that is also etherical and like angelic. You could say that. Um Muspelheim is fire. I think this is water. I haven't really gone into my Norse for a long time, but that's just a really good indication that somebody um that and I honestly believe that the Norse knew about quantum entanglement and string theory. I honestly believe they had a high understanding, and this is this is one of the biggest downloads I have gotten to, because that's something I wanted to work on, is connecting quantum physics with the Norse mythology. The download is they understood the different dimensions and densities. What you just saw is a depiction of the different overlays that they were able to comprehend. It's states of being. It's states, it's realms, it's where you would portal to. They always knew that depending on where your soul is in its lessons, that if you were the warrior and Odin chose you, you're going to Valhalla. It's just another purgatory of experience because Ragnarok had to happen and you're just repeating it night after night. You're going out and having a feast, and then you're going out and getting slaughtered. It's a cycle of repeats. The only way you could get out of that cycle is doing different. So instead of being the warrior, you're coming at it out of love or peace. I have gremlins. Good dog. Because I'm on it. That's why. I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of spirit at work today. I had to clear a couple of spirits. I had to walk through the building and walk them out. Calling on my guides, my angels, my parents, and all the energies that are with here. My light body, please project all the gremlins out of the system so that everybody can get the information to see if they align with it or not. Just by being here, you're expanding your consciousness of thinking differently. I'm not asking you to heart align with anything. I'm asking you just to think about it. Let's get some smoke. Sage! Still need my tampon emoji. I could say I always sage my cards, but I can do it on because I'm definitely pulling cards. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Now let's take it a step further. Oh, Sparkette, so hang on. Sorry, I just found some awesome shit. And I've seen it before, but so the small ones, like that one right there, that's 50. Depends what's in it. Small ones go between 50 and 80, and that's with shipping included. They're expensive to ship, by FYI. The mediums go between 80 to 120, and the large ones is a flat 150. And the ones that are of the larger gem sort, those are really between 80 and 100. The skulls, which one? So, I'm working on more of these. These are the patriotic skulls. Skulls usually cost me about $60 to make, so I do flat rate 60. I am not selling this one because that's just sick. I'm making more of these, but I need more of these shells, the shorts. This one's really cool, but I have to fix the bottom to this. I'm making more. It's just we had like 5 days of rain here. And then I'm making patriotic hearts. So I'm in the makings of things. It's just a lot of trial and error right now of different materials and seeing what sticks. Um, thank you. But yeah, schools are usually 60. Um, There depends what's in them because they're heavy and I might have to up the price based on shipping. I haven't been able to pour, and I'm making presents for some of the staff that I like. Two of them are getting married. Like I'm making these just basic, the epoxy. I didn't put gems or anything in them, but I haven't been able to pour because of the rain and the humidity, and my hair is still like jangled. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, and I work with people also financially. That's why I like to do things privately because I want to heal people. And do you see? I mean, hello. I have a ton of pyramids behind me. So I have a lot to choose from, but I also do make commission work. So if you're looking for specific gems, if you're looking for a color scheme, I could work with you. I also make business card holders with gems inside. This particular mold makes the epoxy frosty, but a Supreme Court judge in Florida has one on her desk. So that's cool. Thank you. Yes, all of them have EMF. Most of the big ones have EMF protection. I put shungite, copper. I have aluminum, but I also have little particles of silver in most of the works. The big ones, the big guys. Um, don't fall. No. Okay. This is a dud, and only because the bottom is not flat. I had a mold failure. But this is usually this is a large. So the top layer has a crystal quartz with copper wire, and then I have flaked copper, and in the aluminum I have shaved silver. Then I have obsidian. This one has amethyst, turquoise, and halite because turquoise is expensive. I have clear and rose quartz, which with selenite sticks, the selenite sticks. In the middle of this, I have it's sometimes you can see it and sometimes you don't. I have a copper wire, a thicker gauge with black tourmaline and shungite in the middle of the of in the middle up here. And then I finish off the bottom, and this one has blue goldstone. See, I have little chunks of metal, opalite, and this is probably 5 to 6 pounds. Every one of these gems, all the gems that I receive, I make sure that they are real. I hold them, I cleanse them, and I recharge them for whatever the person wants. So even after I sage them and clear them, when I receive the package, if someone's like, oh, I need this, that, and the other thing, I will sit there and charge it with my energy. That's why they take a lot longer than most people. I pump them out, but some of these are already 2 or 3 years old. Gosh. Let me tell you something. When I had my teeth pulled and I had I used to get severe throat infections that hit my throat really bad and I couldn't eat for days or weeks. I can't do yogurt. I was getting tired of the mac and cheese, the potatoes, the smoothies, soups. Like, yes, you need a steak. I have my heater on. Okay, so let's take a look at the Vedic. So if we look at if we are interested in if anybody watches the Blavatsky works that I've been reading, this is where she gets her shit from. She's much into the Indian Vedic paradigm. And you can understand now why I cannot pronounce 98% of the damn shit she writes. Um, but oh, that's a little too doodles, a little too close. Oh, and it does. Oh, there's the bar. But look. As above, so below. What's down here? Now, this is the way I've seen the paradigms. What do you notice about these paradigms? This is ours. In densities. They're flat. They're flat. First density, second density, the beginning of third density, fourth density, and look at the rings on the outside. Ocean of salt water, ocean of milk, ocean of fresh water, ocean of wine. I mean, and these are just allegorical, metaphorical insinuations. But what I find interesting is these in certain forms of quantum mechanics, there is such a thing as bubble universes. They're little bubble pockets of dimensional spaces within a space. And this is what really opens me up to both the Norse and this paradigm. No matter what words you put to this is really what I saw when I went into that trance, and it was a layering. It's like this is what I've been trying to explain. I honestly I really think it's more allegorical and esoteric with the meaning behind it. Blavatsky talks, I just read a portion about the ocean of milk and honey and whatever else, sugarcane syrup. Like, it's just allegory. It has an esoteric meaning. I believe we have layers because because I believe is because I've experienced it for myself. Going into meditation and being brought to the source, the all that is. I've experienced it more like, and everybody's going to experience it differently if you tend to do these things. If you have experienced it, for me, it looked like the Matrix movie. And it got an expanded viewpoint every layer that I went up into. And then when I came back down into the Matrix via my dragon, I cut through all the layers of dimensional spaces, and it got more dense as I came down. And I saw more of the ones and the zeros and the grids and the energy getting squeezed and densified into this form. Pretty much. Pretty much. But that the Vedic and the Norse to me is the closest. And what I got channeled the other day is something I kind of knew, but it was more validating. When you read the Law of One, Ra is a social memory complex of different densities and different dimensional spaces. So Latwi, Hatan, Ra, Quo is the name of the oversoul. Just like Archangel Michael is not one being, it's a collective. And these collectives come together and they hone in on one person. Hi, Charlene. Have a good night, baby girl. We love you. Yes. Um, we have social memory complexes. That's what we're going to start. We're starting it now, but it gets more refined as we keep going and moving up consciously. When we actually densify, we will find the tribe of people of like minds, but you're going to still be individualistic in your frequency, and you're going to contribute to a massive whole to help steer everybody. So Sparkette, you're getting yes, Michael can come to you in form in a solidified individualistic body, but it's a collective, it's consciousness. Where do your thoughts come from? It's a fractalized version of Michael that you're seeing. It's not the being in totality because millions of people would therefore see the same being. It's a collective that all come together as if Michael, just like me. Here's how to explain this. Hang on. We're going to share screen. We're going to make things make sense because that's what I like to do. Okay. Here's the fractals of conscious energy that makes up your soul. This is what my pie chart looks like. So Allison is here. This is all Allison right here. But I have Archangel Collective that is a fractal that's running experience through this body. I have Ascended Masters that run through this body. My Oversoul chose this body to have his experiences through. My starseed factions in various systems that I'm aware of at the moment. My spirit guides, the one infinite creator, that little tiny 0.001% of God that is in me and dwelled in me, that's there. Then we have the soul tribe, we have the artists, we have the philosophers, we have elementals, we have other selves, we have the multidimensional selves, we have social memory complexes, we have the councils. So all of these things, all of these fractals of things, fractals, they're facets. It's like a diamond. It's little tiny facets of these things that are running experience through me, but not just me, all of you. All of you. So when there's 8 million people that will claim that they have seen Yeshua, what form of Yeshua, what time period of Yeshua, each of them are in different dimensional spaces. I can channel Halal, but Halal is just a little fractal of himself that runs through me and channels through me for experience, but that's a little tiny aspect of him in the shadow form. His light form is channeling another person somewhere else a million miles away. Michael will come to you as a being. But that doesn't mean he's not in a council of a million other things that go on in the universe, because we have to remember the crux of all of this. We are all one. When God said, let there be, here we all are. We're all source, we're all God, we're all one. We're individual for this experience, for this knowing, for this body, in material matter. In matter. We're in matter. You can touch your hand and blah, blah, blah. But my etherical state is fractaled even further. So my higher self, the higher aspect of me, is sitting in another density that is fractals and elementals and archangels and rishis and Daihan Kohans in elementals in nature, in another universe, in a star system, in Alpha Beta Centauri. I'm in the Pleiades. I'm also over here and I'm over there. And then go higher, I'm more expansive. Go up to source, I'm back with the liquid pool of gold that all of you also sit in. Gremlins because I'm on it. Yes, you can't. El Summary, that's a really great way to put that. Absolutely. And listen, and I want to tell Sparkette, I love you regardless. If that's your perception, you're allowed to have that. If that's how you feel deep down inside and that's what's in here, that's all that matters. My words, take them or leave them. Right. I want you all to understand that you perceive your reality the way you do because that's how God wants you to perceive it. We have to understand the bigger picture. When everybody asked me, "Do you believe in God?" and I said, "Well, if God made me in the vision, the matter, the molecules that it wanted its composure to be, composition to be, he put the thoughts in my head to think what I'm thinking in the now moment. He's making me feel she, he, the androgyny, the subatomic particles running through me right now is giving me the thoughts in my mind to project the words out. We're all one. We're all God. So if you want to perceive your reality different, and you all are going to perceive your reality different from mine, because your two eyes see differently than my two eyes. The way I see the color black is not the way you see the color black. The way I interpret feelings, how I experience feelings are going to be different from yours. I have never felt actual physical love from anybody. And the only reason why I know that is because I have given that love before and I know what that frequency is, but I have never received that from another person physically. Unconditional love. When I have Freya sitting in my lap this morning, like the energy that emoted from me and her was immense. But you're not, if you guys had a cat sitting on your lap, you might like get the F off of me, cat. Right? You might not like cats, so you're not going to have that effective emotional state that I had, right? So you got to understand that we all perceive and experience things differently, and there is no right or wrong. So if you want to say Michael is individualistic, you totally can because in one paradigm he is, just like flat Earth. Some of us really perceive it being flat, but other people think it's a globe. There is no right or wrong, and there should not be anybody shaming or blaming someone's perception of reality because you create it. And if you take Dolores Cannon and you read up on Dolores Cannon and the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, your thoughts create things, and those things become denser and denser as they materialize. That's why we have the slicings of the different levels of existence. There's parallel universes right next to us that when we raise our frequency, we jump to either way. Absolutely. And but here, the caveat to all of this on a simplistic scale is that all of us at this now moment, this right now, here's sign language, right now moment, all of us together said we're going to have this one experience together as a collective of humanity. And even though my reality might be projecting certain things differently from any one of you, we all have a theme, an overall program we're running all together. So monkey is going to be monkey because we all identify this as a monkey. A pyramid is a pyramid because we all came together and collectively said that's a pyramid. Do we understand? Oracle cards, our phones, we all collectively wrote these things into our existence and we all said, okay, yeah, that's what we want it to be. right? So I don't want to take away anybody's perception or projection of their reality because I might view it different, I might feel it different, and I know upstairs channels through me, so I'm just giving you what they're telling all of you. What I'm talking about, they're giving me some insight and they're coming through me. Crin chicken, chicken buck buck. Um, so that's something that I want to impress upon you guys when you're listening to other people talk about the third 3D shit, 3D religion, 3D politics, 3D science. It it's not to take away from that. We needed to have these experiences. We needed to know about them. We needed to live through them. We needed that. We all wrote, we consigned, we all consented and said, I'm going to volunteer because I'm going to get us out of the matrix. And all of us are like mini Neos. We all consented to volunteer here because our frequency is so damn high. Our voltage in our bodies, our understanding of the universe is way more expanded than most people. So we're the ones that volunteered to be here. Now we have the veil of forgetting, and we totally forgot because we needed our soul growth to happen naturally and not inorganically. We needed everything to be organic. We needed to go through these experiences of understanding, of going through the feelings so that we have the wisdom and we gain the wisdom in order to move up or out or wherever it is that you would like to go, because everybody's going to choose a different paradigm. So are you, and we have to look at things. I say this all the time. Refine your duality. Third dimension is a 3D existence we're sitting in right now. So there is good and evil. There is black and white. You need contrast here. There is contrast. You need it here. You need it. You need it here. Caveat. Your thinking needs to expand first, and that's what we're doing. Before our body can go through these ascension symptoms, we're all having them, but before we can even emerge into a light being, which is not going to happen anytime soon, sorry, we have to upgrade the consciousness. That's what's going on right now. It's in the beginning stages. Many of us already went through many of these stages. Some people are just starting. Everybody's where they need to be. Everybody is where they need to be. But what I have been challenging to people in the third dimensional thinking is the concepts that you're looking at. What I got upset about with Jason's interview, well, he was on a show and it was a podcast and it was back and forth, and I love both of those people, was the fact that one person wanted to convert Jason back. He was talking about flat Earth and they got off on a tangent. And no, I'm going to convert you back to globular Earth. That's when my heart sank. And I know Jason's going to stand in his convictions. I know he will. He doesn't stray far from them. But it's on a third dimensional plane that most people that think it's globular Earth, and they can still think it exists. That's the thing. It exists. In the reality that they're living in, it exists. But if you have an expanded consciousness, you're thinking, well, okay, so physics was classical in 3D. Mathematics was ontological and bound in 3D. Now we are elevating out of classical physics and we're moving into quantum physics, where there is no holds bar on information. Zero, no holds bar. They are not all the way straight on understanding quantum. They're getting there. And I'm going to go through that as well as we are moving along in the show. but the Vedic stuff I'm reading on with Blavatsky. So Blavatsky has amazing stuff. Her books are amazing. And like I said, I don't always align with her stuff. I'm not into the Vedic stuff as much as I'm into the Norse, but even the Norse has some failures. But if you take things allegorically and look at them in a secret philosophy, a lot of these people that were trying to explain it to layman's terms, like I try to do, they have points that you can't really refute or you can just expand upon. Guys, I try to be as silly as possible with trying to present some of this very heavy shit. So I'm going to share my screen again because I think some of these things are going to be interesting to look at. So, hi Thomas. It's all things, Thomas. That's the beautiful part about this world. If that's how you perceive, that's beautiful because that's your perception and it exists. And in the many worlds interpretation, every thought that is thought of and in succinct with 100 million people, it's gonna be absolutely realistic, concrete. So just because you might think it's globe doesn't let's not invalidate that it could be flat or a toroidal field. As I showed, you missed the earlier part. I don't know, maybe you didn't, but I will go back to that chart multiple times because I think the chart is freaking fantastic. And the matrix is not far off in saying that it is a hologram and I call it a holographic simulated matrix. And then right now we're bound by ontological mathematics, which is the mathematics of vibration and frequency and wave functions. But we're now moving out of that space and we're going into quantum mechanics and higher forms of mathematics. So if we were to look at Ashiana Dean's work for a minute, she thinks that a black hole is more like another type of matrix where it's not something that sucks you in and you're forever gone, but it's another space-time delineation of a portal, just to make it simplified. Our universe could be trapped inside a black hole, and there's a lot of theories, and a lot of people have been speaking about this for decades. According to a groundbreaking study, there's nothing groundbreaking about this, guys, examining the bizarre way distant galaxies are spinning. Are they spinning or are we perceiving it as that? Time could tell. But these are the things that are now in layman terms out in the public. There's a couple of other articles here. I'm going to probably do a quantum spiritual AI metaphysical pondering soon. Because there's a lot of goodies. A lot of these websites have scams and bots and shit that I have to really catch myself up. Baby Luigi, there is videos of him describing he was under an NDA when that movie came out. And there was more darker, more realistic stuff that they told everybody to shh on. And a lot of things that they filmed that they didn't even put into the movie. There is documentaries about it. Very interesting. I mean, it's just a perspective. So this article is physicists discover a bizarre particle that has mass only when moving in one direction. So if we look at the quantum states of things, is it because of I'm observing the quantum state and that it is moving, or is it doing it by itself, not observed? You have to have an observer for something to move in quantum physics. Um, you know, as you guys are saying that they absolutely do. It escaped me. It might come back. Yeah, I'm being heavily channeled right now. My face is super red. Um, there's a bunch of movies like Terminator is starting to happen. They actually, it's further back um in my feed, but they have made a liquid na using nanobots or nanotechnology that actually can be stronger than steel. The Simpsons was more predictive programming, which, things coming out 5 to 10 years in an episode before after the fact, and then it happens, is it's steering our minds to actually focus subconsciously on what to bring into the reality. So that's why when we're watching programming and we're watching things, watch it objectively without your consent. Don't consent to shit. Watch it objectively. Don't emotionally attach to anything. And like, yeah, if you're watching a movie and the puppy, gets hurt, you're going to cry. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like making things make sense. So like when I talk about Altered Carbon on Netflix, I objectively watched it. I didn't take a resonance with it in my body. I didn't contribute to the unconscious prescribed reality that they want you to make for them, because that's realistic and that's reality as well. They know how the negative polarized side knows how to play with human emotions because they know your emotions creates shit. Your feelings is what collapses the wave function from one entangled particle to you. And when you collapse that wave function, that wave form, your manifestation will come into 3D because you're collapsing, you're bridging you're bringing that particle to you and you're collapsing it so it presents. They did this subconsciously with all of us for everything that we've watched our entire lives. But now it's you, because you have this awareness of this. You don't have to choose. You could watch something. I'm not saying don't watch television or movies. I stopped watching stuff years ago. If I do want to watch something, I just sit and say, I do not consent to anything or energy, even if it's of the light too. I will watch objectively, and if I want to, then I can go into my emotional space to feel it. But I'm not just watching something and then I'm allowing it to dictate a reality that I don't want. Because it's fiction. They're telling you a story. Your mind gets tricked to saying, well, that's not real. That's just in the movies. Or is it? Oh, I used to date somebody that had a collection of gores and like crazy horror films, and I'm very desensitized to that stuff. Yeah, you're totally an empath then. I'm an empath, but I'm an asshole. I'm gonna see you next Tuesday. I'm the dark shadow one. I am the dark chosen one. If that applies, it applies to me. I am the darkness, but I am the light at the same time. It's an interesting paradigm by far. This one also struck me fancy. Physicists twisted graphene and discovered superconductivity in a single degree. That's banana nuts. That's nuts. Oh, this one is oh. I'm gonna stop and reshare. Hang on. Okay. Biologists say that the sun may be conscious. Of course it's conscious. Of course. Okay. So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna read some of this, but I'm gonna take it a step further. Quantum panpsychism. The idea stems from a philosophical perspective known as panpsychism, which is true, that everything has consciousness, which proposes that consciousness could be a fundamental property of all matter. And I absolutely know that is true for my own self, not just animals or humans. Why I say that, if you read Dolores Cannon, and she's one of many who have made these claims. And again, she was not a medium, she was a hypnotherapist. And when people were going into states of deep, deep trance and meditative states and hypnosis, they said they were the rock. Now, how can a rock be conscious? But how did a human go up and go back to being a rock? Like I said, you're everything and nothing at the same time. You're one with everything. Everything has consciousness. How is a tree? How are people communicating with trees? Flowers. There's consciousness there. It's a small fractal of conscious awareness. It takes a long time for those entities in the rocks to move out of first density. Millions of years, millions of cycles, in order for the consciousness within that laid rock, the mountain, to merge out. Panpsychism is nothing more than a Native American thinking that everything has a soul and a consciousness. And I absolutely believe it does. When people say their houses have energy, it absolutely does, because you have wood, you have copper, you have wires, you have everything, electricity. Well, Allison, is your chicken conscious? The material it's made out of is just at very, 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 very low frequencies, because everything's in a state of movement. The more dense something is, like your table, like solid stuff, it is the vibration might move every. There's still subatomic particles in everything that you touch. There's still things inside of everything that moves. You just can't perceive it with your two eyes. But everything is vibrating. Everything. Your books, everything. Solid pieces of things have subatomic particles in them, and those particles move. You just can't grasp that because you can't see it. Yes. Everything at some point. It's just like us. We are a fractal of a bigger picture. We're like that grain of sand in the biggest sand dial ever in those sand timers. You're one grain that God said, and let there be. And here is your little grain of sand amongst quadrillions amounts of sand particles that start going back into the other part of the timer to spill out on the bottom. You fell into density. So as above, so below. Take the sand timer analogy. I made this a long time ago. You're that grain of sand on the top, and eventually you start densifying down and you actually start making form, and it gets denser and denser, and you're back down. And now you're going to go raise back up to source. You had to start from the top and you go back down to the bottom, and then from the bottom you go back to the top. Thomas, let me tell you what, I agree with you in all those statements. That's why I'm working a physical job, that I have 4 more days left of work until the middle end of August. Then I start back up at the same job. I did not get the art teaching job unless a miracle happens. At my school, I am looking at different options out there, and I'm looking at different loan options I could take so that I can feed myself, because I have applied to at least 15 jobs over the summer that even if it's part-time, I could work nights when I do go back to work as a para. But the idea is to become a teacher so that I can only work one job and still do this and not have another job take my place of doing all this awesomeness. I'm not trying to not do this. I love doing this. This is what makes me happy. It does not pay my bills. Bob, in my reality, no, Bob, I understand that, but we have to go down from, but take the analogy. You start up with source. God said, here's your little sand, particle of sand. Now you're densifying. So now you're becoming a Rishi, an ascended master. You're becoming. You densify. Now you're going all the way back down to the mineral world, the vegetable world, the human animal world, the absolute human world. Because let me tell you what, Atlanteans were not human. Most of us were Atlantean and Lemurian. And there's other paradigms with Tartaria is another paradigm, and there's other paradigms that have existed parallel to the reality that we're experiencing. But mandala effects are just quantum leaps in time space that all of us agreed to make. Some people did not experience this shift. Many of us have, and it's the ones that needed that shift because we're not in the right place in the right reality. I could be in a million different realities. This body, this consciousness needed to be where it needs to be in order to see the right frequency to help others. You see, you had a pet rock. And I bet you Rocky had a resonance and an energy field to it. Anything that has a toroidal field, it has a lot of, it has something in it. But Roger, he needed to be, that's your attachment. That's how you learn how to detach. Because once you had a friend and a pet rock, you have to detach because you threw it in the lake. But maybe he needs to live in the lake. Maybe his home is the water all along. Yes. We had a harmonic convergence in 87. I was born in 83. So the things that I grew up with, most of those Mandela effects affects me more because I was born in and been exposed to it in an innocent sense. And then my paradigm shifted and changed. But we also had another convergence of time dilation in 2011, 2012, 2016, and we're making another one now. We already made two or three already. So there's going to be more Mandela effects because we keep shifting out of our reality into a parallel reality that we all said we have to go to. We all have to jump over here because the energy and the frequency was not feeding us properly. We needed to come over in this one. But when I say this one, it's literally here we are. Little time travel. We're all time traveling constantly. All of us. If you want to say you had a Mandela effect and you understand that the monocle didn't exist, but it does exist, and the cornucopia exists, but and I have pictures, and I remember watching Shazam. Okay, that stuff are little glitches when you time travel. You jumping into another realm of reality and thinking and consciousness is a time leap. You're doing it constantly, but you're shifting like this. So my hand is the vibration. The other reality that you're living in is so similar in appearance. You would never know that it's different. And it really is just frequency. But when we have a Mandela effect and we all time jump, there's a dilation, which is stillness, and then you're jumping into the reality over here. So your vibration now is over here and not here anymore. Okay, it's just like that picture I showed you with the overlays, right? But just think of it right next to you right now, or above you or below you. You're jumping constantly and you're not aware of it. But Shar talks about this specific number of seconds of minuscules that you're doing this, you can't see it, nor can your body feel it, but it's happening. It happens so quick, you're not aware. Your brain can't even pick it up. It can't perceive it or conceive it. That's what's hard about the tangible and untangible world. Because you can't see it, it makes it harder for you to believe it until you have an experience no one else can actually validate for you. Then now you know in your heart space, but wait, I just saw something, but no one else saw it. Why only me seeing it? Am I schizophrenic? And there's your ego saying there's something wrong with you when it really was you shifting. Many of us who have abilities are doing larger vibratory shifting because I could see astral entities and some days I can't. And some days I see orbs and some days I don't. Some of us shift a lot and some of us just shift minuscule, and that's by the second, by the moment, every minute that your body is alive. Now, when you transcend and ascend, it whizzes at you like that. That's the light. But I'm gonna probably read that biological sun, the consciousness there, because I absolutely believe that. This makes me so excited because I'm a very big believer in string theory. Scientists claim to have found the first observational evidence of string theory. Ah, the Norse had some concepts right. Yes, yes. Um, JQ headquarters There is a spot in that house that myself and Mistina have walked through and felt very dilated in time and had different like wobbly experiences. Like you're walking through a portal. Like you are the portal, you create them, but it's also something external outside of you. So I'm really excited about the string theory. That makes me so happy because a lot of the things I think of will make sense. So here's earth.com. Everything from animals to plants to atoms has consciousness, a scientific theory that is gaining momentum. Once again, and that I think Carol's Kiza Enoch group posted that. I'm a highly big believer in that. But you got to look back at the nations people, the Native Americans, and ask why did they believe that everything had spirit and energy within it? Consciousness, thinking. Like, why did they have that understanding? What gave them that understanding? Are they feeling that understanding? You have to feel it to believe it. My 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 head's itchy. I need a detox again. Um, yeah. The This is spirit. This is how spirit works with me personally. Spirit will drop me these articles when it's time. When it's time, I receive that stuff and it makes sense. Like the reading Blavatsky and the Curtis books start and the Melchizedek stuff. I've read a Melchizedek book on my channel. It's like 3 videos. And then all of a sudden, your Rancha, Blavatsky, and the Curtis books are all like Melchizedek, yay, yeah, a waspy, yay, Melchizedek. What is it pointing out? What are we going back to? Unity consciousness, understanding the one God principle, meaning the all that is. That's the principle of one, the law of one, not of many. When someone asks why I don't call source the all that is actual God, is because Satanists believe God is their devil. And God could be Krishna, Odin, Muhammad. God could be termed in any way. When you say the all that is, you can't refute the all that is all that is. The creator. Creator of what? All of it. All that is. And as we densify up, our understanding of what all that is means will get smaller in definition until it hits the 0 point of understanding. We're not at that 0 point yet. Because in a human form, our brains, to make things make sense, has to label everything, has to give things names. Why I only call out Hillel and maybe Gabriel and my parents because I know their energies. But all the other things that come through me, I don't give them names because there is no names. It's frequency. Frequency doesn't own a name. We make them names because it makes us make it make sense. Absolutely. But we live. No, the back of my hair is brown. It's my original color that comes through. It's really the top set. Oh, like seriously, silver. And my hair is like thin. But like under here, it's there's brown in there. It's just blended. Um, the Curtises go into this very well, and I have explained this, tried to at least. Your thoughts create things, but so does your emotional states. And every one of us at some point in our lives had traumatic experiences, loss, depression, I'm in a midlife crisis, right? Your thought forms from this energy that's negative manifests the demons that you're also calling demons. That's just energy that you yourself created. Humans created evil. Source said you need contrast. You do need duality. You need polarity. That's how you learn. When you detach the programming of religion and good and evil and see beyond good and evil, you still have to measure it because you're living in it, right? So I will look at both sides objectively. I'll see the good side and I'll see what fuckery is going on over here, and I'll look at the bad side and see what the fuckery is going on this side. Same damn bird, two different wings, same animal. Then I take the higher perspective and look at both sides and why they're playing out the way they are. And then I'll say, okay, I'm team light. And sometimes my shadow will say, well, no, you need to look at the shadow aspect of why this is happening. What's the lesson from this fuckery? You have to learn from the fuckery in order to understand it, in order to gain the wisdom from it to move forward. And that's the phase of where humanity's at right now. But too many people invest their emotional states, which are perpetuating the fuckery on the negative polarized side. It's in, so Luigi, baby Luigi, that's for that's an alchemization that takes forever. Like I said, this is a vice of mine, smoking, tobacco. This is a vice. I never smoked. My mother, my adoptive mother, my birth mother, and my father, my birth father, smoked. So genetically, somewhere in me, that's in there. And I don't know if my birth mother smoked when she was with me and her. I don't know. But I never smoked. And then I started smoking and then I stopped, but then I needed something to calm me down. This is like a calming thing for me. And I've tried other things to calm me down. It doesn't work as well as the tobacco nicotine does. But coffee is also a thing that I can't get rid of. I tried, I did it for 2 years. I didn't drink coffee for 2 years. And then I had to get up and go to work, and I need coffee. But I have quit, but I listen to what my body and my experience needs. And I'm not here to judge anybody on what you do. You're going to do you, and that's your authentic self. You're not going to stray away because you have to do when it's ready for you to do it. That's just something that everybody needs to stop pointing fingers and judging people for what they eat, what they consume, what they do. It's not worth it anymore. Because you're coming out of a state, if when you get to fifth density consciously, you're looking at everybody in a love vibration. You're not looking at everybody and going, would you belong in a wood chipper? Does that really work out well? And then the Curtises talk about the lower astral, and I definitely believe that there is influence from that, and that's also right above us in the next density above us, suboctave, right? And it's not, it's still, there's still polarity between 4 and 5. 5 is really where we shed polarity. We're getting rid of the ends of polarity, meaning good and evil. We're looking past that paradigm and we're coming into a unity. That's what we need to start learning in the now moment, is where and how to get to unity. It's not that we need to have it now. It's working towards that obtainment. Having compassion for everything. That's something that is not going to happen anytime soon, because you still feel a certain way, maybe not, about the things going on in the world. You're not seeing source in all things just yet. You're still in the demon. Satan is separate from God. God's all things, so it is also evil. And when you can understand that, but only feed the light side of source, you're going to start manifesting more lighter and lighter and less dense and less dense. And you're going to shift your reality to the light. You're not going to hang out in the dark anymore, because we're in the dark right now. We have to do it differently this time. Most of us were in Atlantis, and all of us were trying to hold that damn light, but we're in the negative, and they somehow outwitted all of us, and there it goes. Bye. Adios. Arrivederci. Bye. Now you're all going to learn a different way. Now you're going to become human. You need to learn. And many of us have done this loop for eons of epochs. Absolutely. Absolutely, Sparky. That's the beautiful thing. Because you're not sitting in that judgment. You're giving that person the love. People have to do these things for themselves. Like, I can't help you see your own demons. Like, I like today, the billions of people in this world, you're going to confront other people's thought forms that they created. That's what you see behind me. Those of you that have the eyes to see, you see shit behind me constantly. There is energy. There is things in things that are overlaying, and you could see them. That doesn't make all of them negative. Hi, Deplorable. Hi, Miss Wendy. You're not seeing necessarily demons. You're seeing lost energy that can't get back to its wholeness. So when good example, I'm trying to make this make sense. My uncle, my dad, my adopted dad's brother, transcended himself. He took himself out. Okay. A portion of him stayed on earthbound, meaning he was in the lower fourth astral plane, lost. But that was just a little itty bitty fractal of his consciousness, where the other part of his consciousness is already up there with my dad and healing. The medium helped me retrieve this little fractal of his soul to make him whole again. That's what a lost soul really is. A lost soul, or energy that's been displaced, is looking for its fullness. And sometimes consciously they are stuck until they gain enough light to get transcended back to their fullness. Right now, you're in that paradigm. You are just a fractal, a little tiny piece of sand that makes up the entirety of that sundial, that time clock, that whole. There's so much that makes your soul up. So much. And you're just a little tiny little ant amongst a freaking million of them. Once you leave here and transcend, you're going to feel like this is a dream and you're going to be back into another form, whether that is dense form, whether that's etherical form, light form, that's up to your soul. You already chose some sort of direction. You can always change because maybe you want a different experience. That's your free will at work. But you came down here as a volunteer because you already did this dance already. You just don't remember. And that's what the awakening really is the remembering of who you are in a total sense, in your grasping of this consciousness. You're not going to know yourself fully. It's all source. It's everything. If you were to do a meditation and sit down and close your eyes and start experiencing the guy on the street in Manhattan walking with the pizza folded on his cell phone, walking on a very crowded block on Fifth Avenue. Next, you're seeing yourself as a woman in her high-rise apartment looking down at the guy eating the pizza. Then you're going up into the airplane where you're the kid looking down at the cityscape. Then you're the guy on the boat going across a river. Then you're the person in the other country, in the third world country, starving for food. And if you start feeling and jumping into these different vehicles, you're going to find out it's all you. It's a fantastic way to see yourself and understand. And literally, empaths have an easier time doing this than others, but it is absolutely something you could do to see yourself in others, because you are them, they are you. The aliens, you're them, they are you. I mean, let's just go back to this concept, to this chart. I'm really glad that you made it out okay, Miss Deplorable. I missed you at least. Um, Hang on. I am sending you, Miss Wendy, healing energy, love and light and strength. And I'm asking all of the guides that are attached to Wendy to give her some idea of what to consume that's not going to cause her pain. Give her the insight and the symbols and signs that she can clearly see so that she can get back on the path of healing. As I will it, it is. Um, your shoulders can fart, they crack. Rice Krispie treat right here. I'm checking the Schumann. Hang on, guys. I gotta refresh. So we're getting to see. I wish I could have the app on my computer. Um, so we're in a little bit of a lull, but there's still high amounts of energy coming in. So please ground as best as possible. For those of you who are here, don't forget tomorrow there's going to be a Zoom Buckshot hosts. I think the link is up on Telegram right now. Please make sure that you are going to come. I might drop by, we'll see. I have a lot of letters to continue to write and cards and things to make, but I hope to at least drop by for a little bit. I'm sorry, Scott. I can't help it. I did not get sleep. Here, let's go into that topic. Sleep. Me. I'm waking up at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning. My bladder is full. I gotta go. I can't hold it in. I have my headphones on because I'm listening to Brian Scott's 8-hour sleep guided meditation on rewriting your subconscious, your reality. And I'm listening to all these. He does this split. So one ear is getting one thing, the other ear is getting this thing, and your brain does this. And when you fall asleep to it, your subconscious now soaks in all the information. So I've been waking up a lot during those out of nowhere, and I haven't really been sleeping that well. Um, I mean, I wake up around 5 o'clock in the morning because I like to give myself an hour to sit and have my coffee. I do my meditation. I'm sometimes taking a shower. I'm playing with Freya. I'm getting her stuff set up and cleaned and little Thor. And then I do my makeup and it's a process with me in the morning. So I give myself time. I don't like to rush anymore. New York, I rushed. I didn't like it. But right here, fracto, hollow fract. We're just a little piece of sand in the big pool of electricity, the conductivity, the entanglement. There's so much that we are entangled to, and we have strings. Look at all those little strings. They're lightning, but plasma. Those are strings. Their information, their energy, their consciousness. I mean, this is like one of the most mind-blowing uh examples I've seen. And this is really the shape that I see in my meditations right here. This little guy down here. So you don't need to believe in this, but a lot of what I've been reading in the holographic universe, this makes sense. In quantum panpsychism, this makes sense. Dolores Cannon's books, this makes sense. Manly P. Hall, this makes sense. So a lot of this makes sense. Now, is it a paradigm that really exists? Sure, sure does. But you have to align with it and make it yours. That's how you get that's how you add on to what your knowledge base is. You sit with something, you make it make sense to you, you ask your soul's like, yep, that aligns. Sure. And then you absorb it, you integrate the information, and then you emote it back out so that other people, you're the lighthouse. You are the lighthouse. And that light's going to hit and it's going to spread. And the birdies are going to get their information. You are the lighthouse, and that in your field your field, Sparky, yes. So, how I picture string theory is quantum entanglement because what quantum entanglement is there's you and there's another you out there in the universe that you're entangled to. So I'm entangled to everything by a string. When they talk about the silver cord to source, what is the cord? It's energy. It is a string. A cord is a string. It's my teeth. I'm not high. I wish. It's also spirit. So in 2017, I had my higher sixth density, probably a little higher self walk into this body. I changed my personality, kind of shifted, my ways of thinking shifted. Because the third dimensional soul that I had inhabiting in this vehicle wouldn't have handled my mother's passing in a conductive way. It would have been destructive. So the higher self took itself and merged in with my body. But higher than that is my eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, and 12th dimensional higher selves that are all helping each other help this vehicle in the now. So, yes, you are literally a puppet etherically through a string being played because you already chose your theme, you chose your story, you chose your circumstances, and now you're here living it and experiencing it so you can know all about it. Then you can help your other selves get through things that their will might not be strong enough than yours is. I love to be high too, but I sleep when I'm high. That's why I don't smoke anymore. My aloe vera plant isn't doing the best right now. Does anybody have what nutrients besides water that I could put in there to help it? I get too many different things on the internets. Well, it's mind over body. I did that at work. Like I wake up and my back hurts and I'm stiff. I mean, even this pinky still is healing. And then I'm at work, I don't think about my pain, I don't feel it. But like as soon as my body stops for the day, my legs start like going at it and it's miserable. But I'm trying different supplements at different times, hoping that changing the timing I'm doing it helps. It has a little bit. No, my aloe vera plant's in the window getting lots of sun. Um, I don't know. My bamboo is not doing good either. Interesting. I believe so. Um, it's been raining. Like I don't want to actually mow my lawn this weekend. I might hold off until next week. Um, my elderberry plant is like I have to trim my raspberry plant. It's huge. My I have lettuce I planted last year that never came up. It's coming up now. Guys, before I get into the cards, it is freezing here. Freezing. It was 39 degrees this morning. My heat pump backed on. I never really shut my furnace because it's really hard to start up. Freezing. Freezing. And I know it's not 32 and that's freezing. I get it, but it was cold. Cold. The last week. Rain, cold. Rain, cold. And I don't want to plant. It's the almost end of May now, and I still haven't planted because it's too cold. Yeah, 40s, yeah. I'm done. And not because I don't care. The weather doesn't really bother me, but I want to plant. That's the goal here. And Spirit is asking me to grab another deck, so I will be right back. Before I go further, I'm wearing a skirt. It's huge. I love it. I'm back. Okay, don't know why Spirit wants romance angels. Got urged. I love cucumbers, and last year's cucumbers did not come out at all. I got 3. The year before, I had at least 15, 16. That was, I mean, massive and like amazing. I love me my cucumbers. I'm trying not to yawn. All right. Curds. There is only light. Darkness is just an absence of light. Light is sought after and extraordinary. We see clarity of light, a lightness of being, and light bulb moments. I love my light bulb moments. Light bypasses the analytical mind and takes us straight into loving wisdom. It is time for you to step into your shining light. Be illuminated. Let light in. Today is the day to release any disturbances in your energy. Happiness will come naturally unless you do something to prevent it from happening. Release all that is stopping happiness from flowing into your world, and it will appear before you. Until you release this, you remain connected to belief that struggle is a required, perhaps more respected, lesson-laden path. We often take on that belief that if we struggle, others will think more of us and will appreciate things more. I don't necessarily believe that, but the consensus is the majority do. When you are going against your soul, you move away from your brightness. The darkness is a sign it is time to feel your way back into the heart and soul. Nice, Scott. The next card we have is Divine Feminine. Shine your inner light on your desires. Look beyond the obvious and the superficial into the heart of a matter. Peer deeper into the hidden and explore the mysterious. Remember your vast potential and the unlimited possibilities available to you. It is time to trust your intuition, your inner voice, and your instincts. This may also be a time for stillness, for there are unseen forces at work, orchestrating the whole universe to bring intense and beautiful experiences to your life. Allow yourself to receive all that you want. You are the mother of all you create. Nurture yourself and all that flows within and around you. There may be an impending marriage or birth around you, either physically or symbolically. The divine feminine wants you to know there is always enough to go around. Abundance is everywhere. Embrace joy. Sure. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck! Chicken. Chicken. Two chickens. Chicken buck bucks. Chickens. There we go. Yeah, the seeds kind of get messed up in the crown up here. I have to like kind of deseed them before I eat them. I didn't have my tomato plants didn't even grow that well either last year. We had a drought here in Northwest Indiana last year. So a lot of stuff that I planted right now, my sage is going outrageous. I love it. My rosemary, I need to replant. That did not come out that well. And they usually spring up. Like my mint is really nicely coming up. I have catnip to try to keep the bugs away. I have a lot of them back there. The side of my house, I have like it looks like weeds, but they're flowers. It's really nice. Um, I'm not good with flower names, but I have flowers on this side of like if I were to like where my window is concrete, and then around like you jump down and there's a lot of flowers. Whoever made this house or added onto it, horrible. That's stinky. I'm sorry. My everybody's like, "Oh, why don't you grow and you'll eat and you'll have abundance." Yeah, and it takes 5 to 6 years for my uh berries to grow. And it takes time for the lettuce to come out and it's seasonal and oh, I like this Astro deck, but I have to read. Ow. Ooh, tushy pain. Ooh, my back. I have a mulberry bush. I only got 1 year worth of mulberries, but I'm not a mulberry fan. I like elderberry, and my elderberry plant is exploded. So just a second ago, I had a I don't think I have neuropathy. I just think I'm upgrading. Um, I had a very heavy like electrical pain that went into my tushy and like ran up my back, and it was painful. Woo! That was bad. So we have the first card is Taurus. That's the season we're in right now. Are we in Taurus still? Are we in Gemini? Hang on, hang on. I think we just got out of Taurus. I think we're in Gemini. Oh, I'm in my moon sign. Yips. Look at me getting it all wrong. Yeah, we're in Gemini. Okay, we were in Taurus. That was just leaving us. Cultivate. Work with the metaphor of gardening. Plow the ground, plant the seeds, nurture the crops, water and fertilizer, and protect those crops from predation. Grow roots rather than travel. Investigate what concrete form your project should take and the next practical steps in that direction. Appreciate the senses. Notice what you see, smell, hear, feel, and taste. Use the senses to be in the present moment and let time flow by. Cuddle, feel. Everything that surrounds you is made up of matter. And the word matter comes from the Latin word mater or mother. Taurus connects you to the sacred earth mother Gaia herself, the physical vessel who holds spirit in the body, in the plants, and in the earth beneath us. The challenge, Taurus excess can lead you to mistake stubbornness for strength or look for spiritual and emotional answers in the material world. There will never be enough stuff to fill an emotional void. Sensuality is a Taurus gift, but sex alone will not fulfill a desire for love. Clarify your hunger. That's a spirit drop on 5 different levels. Spirit just dropped. Chicken drop. Why? Who listened to the Curtis books last night? That was literally the crux of the entire chapter I read last night. Is that the act of doing that sexual stuff, it needs to come out of love. You need to feel it. It's a frequency. You need to merge your frequency in your field to actually be in that love essence. Not just because your physical body needs the animal act to get your blue balls gone or your hormones released. If you do it from an act of love and union and love, you're acting in the law of God. That sinks. Spirit is sinking. Curtis Bucks, card. But we're now in Gemini. We have Leo, shine. Take your space, be visible light up the room, but also honor the light within others, even if they're wearing thousands of layers of black. Leo asks you to be the hearth, fire, of the situation. Hold other people's attention, not just for your own ego, but for their benefit, as an actor or teacher would do. Warm their lives and be the person that people gather around to share stories. Bask in the sun, cultivate your community with love, share the bounty of your culture, renew your spirits by living life to its fullest. Be honest rather than modest. Dramatize the situation and get your point across. Just be sure to track where the truth ends and the hyperbole begins. Love. Leo rules the heart. So bring your energy and intention into your heart and let the chakra become a beacon. And we're in the green way. Green ray is for density. Fourth, honor the heart within each person you meet and watch the dramatics change and shift. We have the ninth house. Gotta get to the page. I'm not good with the houses and what they all mean. So give me a sec. This one is exploration. Go exploring. Step out of your comfort zone to see what lies beyond the boundaries. I'll tell you what my fortune cookie card said today. Go beyond the boundaries of your familiar bubble. Step into a new country. Try on a fresh attitude. And immerse yourself in an unusual body of knowledge or a spiritual philosophy you did not grow up with. It is hard to see your bubble, the lens for your experience, until you step outside it. Look back at your social economic milieu, family and friends and education, and confront any unconscious assumptions that your people, your class, your culture is all there. You are being charged to develop a truly diverse perspective and understand that real diversity in a person, ecosystem, or company builds resilience. Resilient. I can't say that word. Widen your horizon and expand your world. Explore in your mind, body, and soul. Teach what you know. The world is waiting for you. Here's a beautiful connection to that. You go out and be your authentic self. I speak straight from getting influences, but I take all that information and make it my own. I come in, I visualize it, I get validated, and I speak it to you guys. We are not here to recycle information. We're here to bring out new. I read books, but I take it on my perception because I go in and analyze what that is. Know it for yourself. Go into your heart. Know what's true for you because it's not going to be true for everybody else. That's the difficulty that most people will not tell you. I'm telling you, do not listen to me. Why? Because I perceive the world in my unique version and my unique way. It might not be yours. But if you sit and you expand, you're like, oh, okay. And you hold that plausibility up here. You're not denying it. You're not integrating it. You're not taking it until you align it with your heart. And if your heart says yes, integrate. If your heart says, you leave it up here until you get more information to make it valid and solidify in you. Don't take something because someone you like says it. Someone you love says it. Take it in only if it lands here. Period. End of story. Like I said, my paradigm is not going to be the same as yours. The way I perceive things, feel things are not the way you do. And I want to know how many other people have been saying that directly. Is that why I don't have 1,000,005 subscribers? Because that's hard to grasp that you shouldn't be on everybody's Trump train or everybody's Biden train or everybody's train, period. That you have to take your own train and there will be people that come on your train because they're like-minded. But there's differences and you're accepting of those differences because you love people regardless. You're not sitting in judgment because you know their truth is not your truth and that's okay. It's still source having experiences through that individual for that specific version of them because that's what source needed. When you understand how source works through all of us, I'm playing the gothic girl that's single, that reads a lot of books, that's into art and philosophy and making shit. And that's the unique version that Source needed to have through me alone. Each of you, Source is exhibiting different things through each and every one of you for experience purposes. So, how can you go out in the world and start shaming other people and blaming them for the negative things that they do? Yeah, we don't agree with it. I don't agree with half the shit that goes on in this world. But I still see Source saying, where's the lesson and where's the learning and teaching in that? Are you looking at it deeper? Are you looking at things surface level? Are you looking at it third dimensional? Or are you looking at it from a higher point of view? Where are you looking at what you're looking at? What level? Where in your consciousness are you looking at things? Because for most people that are in the political realm, they're looking at it at a third dimensional level because you're still seeing good and evil. Most people are still down here. And that's not a wrong place to be either. You need to understand what happened. You need to understand the contrast. But when you get the learning, teaching, and detach your emotional states, you can still be passionate. You can still want to look and do deep dives into things. That's not a problem. The problem is when you're so stuck in that one spot and you're trying to manifest it, but you're not believing in it in here and you're not feeling it. And if you are feeling it, you might be feeling it subconsciously for the wrong reason. We want to know why certain things have not transpired yet in the big movement. It's because not everybody is aligned in feeling the same way, humanity wise. Because there's so many people that are wanting it for the wrong reason. And it's not in a soul alignment for them. I don't think I have my fortune cookie on me. My fortune cookie today, because I had a very nice person buying me lunch. I think today was payday. I'm not sure. I have stopped looking at my account because I don't care anymore. I don't want to. And not because I'm being ignorant to the fact. I'm just living as if all is fine. Okay. First fortune cookie. Be daring. Try something new. Hi, Spirit. The second fortune cookie I had when I got home, because someone got me Chinese food and they gave me a bag and it had 2 fortune cookies in it. 2. True love is worth waiting for. Is it now? Okay. So I made that I will be waiting forever, though I truly love myself. So I believe there's some love out there for me. I'm not disregarding that. But I subliminally put that out specifically for a few eyes to see. I do things deliberately for reasons. You might think there's a way or a reason why I put things out that is just surface level. Allison's complaining, but subconsciously, like I'm very good at like getting eyes to see things. So, of course, Carol, Maureen Friesen is number one, but my one of my situationships that I had, one of my best friends, we had a situationship. Shocked. Shocked. Beyond shocked. What? Whoa. I'm not, I like, so here's the thing. Like, before Viking, I was single for 13 years. The one I just said, what the, because I just noted I had to do like 3 takes to make sure it was like not scammy. Uh, so I wasn't in a relationship. I was in a what I call a situationship, like consensual, like animalistic. Get your body functions out, and you're gorgeous, and I really like you, but we know things are not working out. We don't see the world the same way, but we're a nice compatibility, and so that took some time, but I wasn't in a relationship for 13 years. And then Viking rang my doorbell, and that was like 9 months. I don't consider that a long time. And that for me, I felt love. Like I feel he's karmic, but he's more than that. He's a soulmate. But a soulmate could be anything. A soulmate doesn't necessarily need to be romantic. It could be a friend, it could be a work partner, it could be a whole plethora of things. A soulmate doesn't necessarily need to be romantic. Exactly, Sparky. Booty call, whatever. I mean, it was consensual, so it wasn't like we made an agreement. If you wanted to, like, the agreement is in my scenario, if you want to have a booty call, like I'm exclusive to you only. I don't need to find out I have an STD, and at this stage of my life, make it just be me. And if you want to move on, adios, I'm not attached emotionally to you. Right? Like, and private, we keep the privacy thing, keep it. I don't need people knowing that we're doing stuff on, keep it DL, and we can have this beautiful interaction and leave it at that. And everybody that has ever done that with me, it worked out beautifully, and until it needed to go, and I'm fine with that. I'm a person that's I can easily detach my emotions to things. I feel very deeply. And with Viking, what I did change about like my maturity level was I didn't jump right into feeling love. Like I let it develop. I let a lot of things develop. I took my time because in other scenarios, when I started like dating somebody, I would feel so hard and so quick that I would get hurt, and then I would have to sit there and mourn, detach, and go through my levels of shit. Mm. But, I'm single, and if it comes, it's great. But I want to feel it from somebody. I've never felt it from somebody. What I felt from men is lust. And not that they didn't care about me, not that they didn't want to be around me. It's just that it was more on a surface level. It wasn't deep. I didn't feel from their heart. And at this stage of my life, if it happens, fantastic. If it doesn't, I still have to put food on my table. I still have bills to pay. Yes, it would be easier if I had a two-income household and not some transient person that comes in and lives in my house and eats my energy field and oh, I can't pay the bills this month. A lot of people's like, why don't you rent out a room or something? No, I can't. It's energetically, it's that's difficult. I have to be with somebody in order to share my space. Sure, if someone wants to come over for the weekend and hang out and have a good time, that's one thing. But someone living in a space that they're strangers, I don't know if I could do that. Renting out and having that kind of level of trust. I am very not easily trusting people. Not because I haven't trusted before, but you know, yeah, it's crazy, because I'm 42, but even when I was younger, a lot of guys were like, "Why aren't you hitched already?" This is on my middle finger. This is my mom's engagement ring. This is my connection to my mother. Like this helps me channel. Um, I don't take it off. When my mom passed away, it went on the finger that fit, and it fit my middle finger, and there it goes. It's been here since. I only take it off to go to the shower. But I I'm not engaged. I I can't at this stage of my life, I cannot be burned anymore. And especially when it's like sharing space in my house. It's not, my house is all attached, so I would have to share everything communally with another person, like the bathrooms. So I have a mini bathroom down here, but the shower is shit. They would have to use the main bathroom. Um, I don't watch television. I have one. I don't watch it, but I bet they come home from work, they put the television on in my living room. I have one living room. It's stuff like that you know, yes. So as much as it would be nice to have another person split the bills, that would make my life a lot easier. Um, there's just some things in I have non-negotiables with. And if I'm not with somebody that I could trust, I have to know them. I have to, experience them. And for a long time, because people change. Like the honeymoon period with Viking was beautiful. And then all of a sudden, there was a shift in energy. And holy crap, I couldn't do it anymore. And it's not because I don't love him. I do. And I've expressed my words to him, but he has not to this day expressed his words to me. And he hasn't really shown in action that he wants anything to do with me, you know. And that makes me sad because I really love his girls. But there's a lesson in that too. Absolutely. And let me tell you what, situationship actually, I mean, we saw the world differently, but he actually appreciated the person that I am. That was the one reason why I would ever connect on that level with somebody in that kind of manner is because they saw me for who I authentically am and respected it. that in itself was huge. Hi, Eclectic. Huge. I'm trying to think what deck to pick next. Don't think I'm not reading cards, guys. I'm just talking about my ventures in life. Okay, those are fireworks. I thought for a second those are pew-pews. Someone got fireworks going. So, for everybody, I will be doing a raffle next Friday Night Live. I have not decided on, I have two pieces that one I got a MacGyver in the mold. If it comes out, I might be raffling that because it's pretty cool, but it didn't sit right in the mold. So I have to like reconfigure it somehow. So I'm thinking about that. Oh, that's amazing. Well, happy anniversary. I don't know why my soul chose the alone path. I know it needed to happen. And Carl Jung talks, I think, was it Carl Jung or Eckhart Tolle? One of them speaks about like people, like females like me with the abilities and having to be by yourselves for like major reasons. But that still doesn't help my 3D explanation of making things easier. And not that anything becomes easier. It financially in a 3D sense it would. When you get told, sorry, we're not we filled the position. That's all the emails I've been getting, guys. It stings. And I know those are tests. I get it. I have to be patient, but bills don't have patience. And I'm not here to like complain. I'm just giving you like my situation. The tree of wishes is calling your name. An almost forgotten wish will now come true. I affirm this heavily. Let's go, spirit. Awaken all your senses, slow down and become aware of them. All I know is my senses of smell today was, woo, these kids need a different diet. Between the BO, it was cold outside, so the heat kicked on in school, and the kids, and not pleasant. And then everybody was making popcorn for movie day. Like most of the teachers are done with their stuff. So here's putting movies on. You got to do work in the morning, but in the afternoon, we'll do some movies. OMG, between popcorn and people hiding up BO. Oh, and then kids farting all day. Woo! Hi, Christina. I missed you, girl. I hope you're okay. The lotus within you awakes. Oh, my lotus analogy. You are a master in light on high. That's all of you too. I talk about the lotus unfolding. A light-filled angel is at your side. Maybe that's why I was glitchy earlier. It watches over you at every dark doorway. I'm sure I have it because I have rotting teeth. I need a lot of dentistry done, and that's the one thing that I if I wish even with the loan, I have to do certain things so I can better my life, but the teeth have to wait. Okay, there's different forms of gas, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I've worked in tattoo shops. One of my exes, ate the chrome off a toilet seat. His poo ate the chrome off a toilet seat. There was no walking near that bathroom after he went. You couldn't go near it. Now, little kids, what the hell? Well, I'm glad you're busy because I'm just making sure you're okay, girlfriend. I know. I last Saturday I didn't get on the Zoom because I spent literally 5 hours doing my yard. Weeds, like not the dandelions. I had to take down the gazebo, but screw by screw. That took almost 2 hours. I had a weed whack, the front, and I have all kinds of nonsense going on. Um, yeah, 5 hours. And by the time I got done, I had to go do a tick search because the ticks are upticking here. And I had to make sure, and I have freckles. It's hard to see on the camera, but I have freckles. Homie can't play that game. I cannot play that. So I couldn't get on Saturday. I'm telling you, that's another reason why I don't know if I could ever work like in high school. Middle school's like the kids have the oh, I smell, and they'll spray the axe spray. Kids smell. My babies smell like pee in diapers all the time. That doesn't throw me off as like I can't I know when kids have to pee. I have like an innate like Allison radar. Like I know when a kid has to go to the bathroom. I'm really good at toilet training your kid. I'm really good at it. I got a lot of kids this year off out of the pull-ups and I mean with the help of their parents, of course. But in school, different toilet, different scenario. I got a lot of them not to be using the changing table, but I got them on the toilet. So go me go. Yeah, I could not get on yet on Saturday. I tried though. Also like I use the natural deodorants. I can't afford when I can't afford them, I have to put on the bad ones for you. But I also am very my sense of smell, even if I have my allergies, I could still smell very strong. And I could smell people a mile away. I'm all about like doing what you can, and it's okay to have a natural scent like a man working all day on his car or in the field, like if you're not putrid, you're okay. But these kids, their hormones, woo, bad. It's just not for me. And maybe that's why I don't have kids. Jaramel, personal responsibility. Take responsibility for your choices. This is an opportunity for inner growth. Yeah. Um, So, like, if I change a kid and they poop, that smell doesn't bother me. Like, poop, throw up. Those things don't bother me. For some reason, like BO, and look, I've went on New York Transit my whole college career and going to work career for a long time. And let me tell you, in the summer when it's 100 degrees out and it's humid, it is disgusting walking in a train station with no air conditioning. But there's certain things that don't bother me and others that do. It's just bizarre. But like human bodily stuff doesn't normally, unless it's like funk. Like poop and pee is like a natural thing that everybody does, but like your pheromones is unique to you, and woohoo, some people get some Dio. Archangel Gabriel. Divine emergence. It's time to be seen. Don't be afraid of your power and gifts. That's for all of you. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck. And as I did that, there's more fireworks going off. We have Raphael. A few Fridays ago, I think I had 5 Raphaels show up. We'll see how many come up this today. Clarity of vision. Be willing to see things differently to initiate healing and experience wholeness. So, just from my own example and my life experience, um, I'm viewing my circumstances as what do I need to learn and how do I need to look at things differently in order to get the same results but do it differently. Or maybe what I'm looking at is not for me after all. Chickies! Amethyst, metamorphosis. You are in a vortex of deep transformation. Oh, I know that. Surrender to the process that's unfolding. I should put chicken in my paintings. Like chicken. Chicken's at the lighthouse. And then we just have the classic monkey butt. Monkey, 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 monkey butt. Homo luminous. You're in your transformation point, but the transformation point is going to take a long time. We're becoming lighter in the photonic sense. We are becoming our higher selves. We are emerging into higher forms of consciousness. We're not going to get there bodily. Some people might. I don't believe for my own self, like my powder moment that I want is not going to happen right away. For all of those that really, let me see if I can find it. I might have it. Brain fart. Like I have a folder that I have stuff in. And I don't know if it's in this one. It might, yes. All right. For anybody that doesn't understand the powder thing, this is what I want for myself. After he gets into this state, he's running in the field and the lightning strikes him and he's absorbing all the photons. He evaporates, literally goes up into the light, and his essence like ricochets like a bomb and hits everybody, and everybody's like, oh, that's what I want. Oh, that's awesome. Shmaya. So that's a powder moment. That's what I'm talking about. If anybody's like curious. So a lot of people don't have not seen that movie. I highly suggest it. And I do a whole video about I take pictures and I talk about it. The reasons for that. Lots of reasons for it. I don't have many things in my garden. I have a froggy. I have like a toad and a little sign. And then in the front, I have an angel reading a book. I have like solar lights. They all got broken and from the windstorms. So my house isn't as beautiful. And I have to put my flags up for Memorial Day. But it's too windy here. I don't want my flags to rip. Okay, spirit is torturing all of us. I'm gonna tell you what. Positivity, faith, and optimism. You can open the doorway to positive experiences and opportunities with your positive exceptions, expectations, and energy. Do not allow negative energy or temporary setbacks to interfere with the path that you are on. Keep the faith and keep going. That's what I'm doing. I'm just letting life pass me by, not focusing on any one good thing. I'm trying to do those nightly meditations. It's the same thing. And every night I put Brian Scott on for 8 hours or whenever I wake up, and I'm getting fed affirmations and quantum reality shifts. Oh, I'm not leaving. Oh, the storms here were wicked. I lost power. Uh, I lost power. It was bad. Um, it was not fun. But I really did lose my power last storm for a few hours. And there were people that lost it all weekend. I lost it Thursday. I got it back Friday and I did the live, just not like holding out hope that nothing goes down. Because that has happened. Like a transformer will blow because the winds and trees and whatever have you, and then they have to go back. They'll put it on a little bit. They'll switch to another transformer, but then they have to repair it and then they shut everything down again. It's horrible. My trees, if you're talking about mine, I have two really big trees in my backyard and one on my side. I had them trimmed, but I also had tree limbs. This is why I had 5 hours of yard work last week. I had tree limbs, like not small ones, big ones, collapse. And not just from my trees, my neighbor's trees too. So I had to take my chainsaw and saw everything down. Abundance mindset. If you think of your abundance as something that happens in the future, then it will always be one day away from you. See, feel, think, and speak of abundance as something you already have in the present moment, and that is what you will experience. I mean, sure, but abundance is many things, not just financial. Words of abundance. You have the ability to instantly manifest abundance by choosing powerfully positive words. Always describe your own and the world's economic situation in loving and optimistic terms. And that is what you attract for yourself and others. I'm not going to lie. I've been seeing a lot of articles and people's opinion pieces about what's going on in 47 land, and gas is 3.30 a gallon up here. Eggs are still very highly priced. The cost of food, I went, my neighbor's been helping me out when she can. They go to a food bank and they give me the stuff that they don't eat. Um, and I want to just show you guys, because I took a picture of it, what comes out of when you go to the food bank in Northwest Indiana. Okay, and that SpaghettiOs right there is a dented can. That's what you get. So, yeah, just putting that one out there. But I'm seeing like people projecting, or like the White House or whatever have you, projecting that things are lower. Where? Because it's not affecting we the people need to see these things. I don't care if the Prince of Iran is getting a deal. I don't care the tariffs. All these companies are really being that give good products out of our country. Are they halted? Are they not? Everybody's like, we're getting affected by tariffs. Okay, great. Wonderful. So everything goes up in price. The box I sent today cost $37 to ship. The guy overestimated. I was like, that's a 14 by 14 box. He's like, 15. I'm like, in what reality? Look at the box. I can open up the box for you and you could see 14 by 14 by 14. I didn't want to argue. I'm like, whatever, for a fucking box. But my friend is worth that money. I went to the supermarket and literally got creamer, cheese, chicken, and a few other things. It was $75. And my mind was blown because I took 3 bags into my house. 3. In my lifetime, I'm only 42. I have never witnessed going to the supermarket, and I only shop when there's sales. So if I know that there's a sale, there's only a couple of things that I will buy because I need them. That's in my diet. But like the vegetables are overly priced. So I'm waiting for the farmer's market, which is it because it's cold. It's not necessarily open with a lot more like produce and everything. Um, but even the people selling eggs are charging high. So I want to know in what illusion land are these things coming out? Is that like a farce? Is that really happening in some places, but not all places? Like I want to know like when the relief is incoming. It's incoming for everybody that can afford shit, but the people that can't afford shit are just getting by. We want to talk about abundance. And sure, abundance is energy, and energy, I plenty of that. I mean, I have beautiful, you all are beautiful souls. Like that's my abundance. You guys coming and watching me and contributing to a beautiful community and healing each other. That's abundance to me. That really is. That's abundance. That's beautiful. Me being able to channel this peace, that's abundance to me. Financially, I'm putting out applications like I'm like, look, I'm wearing a skirt. Allison doesn't do skirts. I'm wearing a skirt. I'm wearing a nice top. I have nice jackets or business suit type jackets that I'm going out and I'm looking professional. That's why I'm wearing the glasses. And I didn't have lipstick on today. I put that on when I got on here. It's so please make it make sense. Someone. But I mean, I'm going out and doing and putting out there the energy. I want change to happen because the gas prices affects everybody. The food prices affects everybody. And listen, you want healthier food, you're still paying an arm and a leg for it. And yes, I have to wait for my stuff to grow in order for me to eat it. So the in between before I can't harvest too early, it's not going to taste good. I need to pick things when it's in harvest. Like fruits here are ridiculous. Indiana is agriculture everywhere. There's farms everywhere. And actually in the local news here, um they rezoned where Jason lives, so he lives in like they like zoned where he is to another town name. They still have the Maryville, like when you send stuff, it's still that, but like they rezoned. Like his town is talking about having chickens. Like, can you have chickens in your backyard? Because some spots, like around here, it's too populated if you have a rooster. Like in the middle of where Vikings like dad has his farm, like you can have roosters all day and you could barely hear them because everybody's so far apart. It's farmland. But a lot of the people that have chicken coops, it's in a less populated, less dense area. Right where I am at is very densely populated. So they're looking at having, who can have chickens in their yards. Absolutely. I don't I see money as energy and I try to tend to hone in on the positive aspects of it and not the negative. Um but that's where the subconscious block is where it lies in my programming. I'm working on the mindset shift. I'm working on stepping up and physically walking my empowerment, standing straight, walking in the hallway, giving good vibes, showing my principal walked into the room today. I was sitting and working with an individual student, and I hope that I showed that I was doing my job and that I'm here. I'm doing what I can to show and emote because again, I can't force somebody to give me something they don't want to give me. I live in a mafiaistic run town because it's who you know and it's what favor you owe somebody. So I'm looking into different options in different school districts and different types of schoolings. If there are charter schools out here, that's the route I might be looking at next. Everything else around here is Catholic school. And if they have anything of a religious amount in the art curriculum, I will not do it. And the only reason for that is because moralistically, I need to teach what's in here. Not because someone gave me a curriculum and I have to have them do praying hands and rosary beads. It's not a part of my paradigm. And it's not my authentic self either. I cannot fold. I can transform, but certain things are absolutes in certain realms, and those are not realms I want to inhabit. We have Lady Naga, expanded heart, openness, liberation, let yourself love and be loved. We have Mahat, divine intervention, weigh up your options, choose the highest good. I'm doing that here, but for the kiddos, the biggest thing the kids, in my estimation, need is another avenue of expression that they don't get anywhere else. Kids, 90% of the time, cannot verbalize verbatim their feelings. Adults can't even do that. Some adults can't tell you why they feel the way they feel, they just feel it. They can't go in, they can't explain it. A kid, given the right tools and the right freedom of expression, will create artwork that will show you emotionally where they're at. Art is a form of therapy. And if you can get kids to identify through their artwork their feelings, and you can work with them to better those feelings and their mindset and treat them like how they show up, they're going to be better for it. When you shut them down in schools and you give them suspensions and kids are acting bananas. My elementary school has suspensions. There was a fist fight on the schoolyard. 4th grade, fist fight. Kids are cruel, and we all were one of those kids. We either were the victim or the victimizer. But if you give a kid an outlet that they're not going to be judged on, that they're going to be able to freely express themselves creatively, that's what we need is creativity. Using their minds, not copying anybody else's shit. And if they do copy somebody else's stuff, they have to make it their own. They have to make it their own. They can't just make somebody Picasso and make it exact. They have to make it unique. That is a challenge for most kids because most kids are given the phone and the iPad, and here you go. They can't think for themselves, but once you can get them into that imagination, crack it open, and just give them guidance, the sky's the limit. And right now, I think that's where a lot of the kids are not being able to vent their emotional states, and it comes out very violently. Instead of dealing with their pent-up frustration and get strategies on how to remove that frustration, They don't know how to, and they don't know how to tell you they're frustrated. They just go, and if you have ever had anybody in your life that had special needs, you know that they get triggered by anything. It could be a light, it could be a sound, it could be anything that triggers them off, and they're off to a new tangent. They could throw a tantrum, they could kick you. Seriously, the other day, the last day of school, I had a kid bite me right here so hard, it was ridiculously painful. And then I got bit over here, and I like got really hit hard over here, kicked. Thankfully, I don't have a bruise. But up here I do. I have a little bruising. But I have layers on, so I'm okay. But my gosh, didn't do anything. I was with another student, holding a student to be safe because he was kicking furniture all over the place. And you have to hold them in a specific position and calm them down and say, hey, I let you go when you calm down. You cannot be kicking. You're going to hurt yourself, and you're going to ruin everything in the room. So I was getting that kid calm, and the other one that bites and kicks, and I call him a mosh pit. Nice chunk. I don't know what happened after my generation. Parents need to parent and not be friends with their kids. You can love your kid, but tough love is one of the hardest things that I notice a lot of people have a hard time expressing. No is a word, use it. Let your kid kick and scream, put them somewhere and close the door. Let them be destructive. Let them get that anger out. That's their consequences to their actions. They're going to have to pay for you. But if you don't teach them there's consequences to actions, then they're not going to learn. And they're going to perpetually keep doing the same shit in different ways. Most kids want attention. They're not getting it at home. Why? Hi, Whiskey. Kids are not getting the attention they need because two parents are at work and not one. That's one of the biggest problems these kids have today. Because of the cost of living, parents are not home to parent. It's the nanny, it's the titi, it's the abuela, it's the nana doing the work. They're done. They already raised their kids. They just want to enjoy their grandkids. They don't want to have to be a parent again. That's not their job or role in this life unless there's some tragic shit that happened and they adopted the kids. That's different. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about regular everyday situations. Parents are not home because they can't afford to put food on the table. They can't afford the bills, so they have to work. They have no choice. But at the same time, where's the lack happening at home in the kids? I bet you it did. My mom worked until she didn't work. My adoptive mom raised me until I was old enough to be trusted to walk into my house and open up my front door and make a grilled cheese sandwich because that was my favorite food ever, and it still is. I just don't eat it much anymore. Um, and that I could be self-sufficient in the house for about an hour or two until my parents got home from work. My mom got a job at my dad's school. She was an aide, and they worked together, so they came home together. But my dad was never done with his work. He had to go mark papers and do his shit. But my mom was there when I got home. She usually took me to dancing school. She fed me if I didn't make something for myself. I had responsibilities, but I was raised by my mom until the age of 10. Hi, Kathy. But these kids nowadays, here, I don't know how to handle your behavior. Here's the iPad. Parents are pacifying their kids. They're not giving them strategies on how to develop their brains. I'm not saying everybody, but there's a large portion of kids that have emotional trauma. No one knows where it came from. They're exhibiting it. And oh my gosh, you want to know why teachers are quitting? It's not because the teachers suck, it's because the kids just don't know how to sit. And if they sit, it has to be in front of a monitor. Honestly, I got beatings. My parents never bruised me. I didn't look like I got abused. And everybody's home situation is different, and I understand that. But I'm looking at the population I'm working with. You can tell the kids that their parents are really trying hard, especially on the spectrum, that they're getting therapies, they're doing and intervening early. Then you have parents that all they do, they don't know how to handle their kid. Here's the iPad. And you know what happens? We open up the laptop to project it onto the screen so that the kids can do some like Go Noodle or like, Danny Go, just to get some wiggles out. And let me tell you what, they can't even watch the big screen. Like we have a projector that comes down. They have to look at the laptop. So right there, we know they're laptop babies, iPad babies. I, why I do artwork, why I physically do work, and not to take away from anybody that doesn't have like mobility to do drawings or paintings or making music or whatever. You still need technology, but can you sit there? Like, I'm blown away by this. I have never painted like this. I've come close, but this is like big for me. But I physically did this. Physically. The kids that are blind or deaf need the technology. That's how they communicate. That's how they're getting around in the world. I'm not talking about that populace. I'm talking about everyday little kids who throws a tantrum and it'll automatically hear pacify, pacify. You know what my mom used to do? You go have your emotions. I'm closing the door, and anything that you do to yourself or the room is on you. You break your television, you don't have one. It goes bye-bye. I'm not replacing it. You rip up a book, you rip up this, you're no longer buy, I could throw it in the trash. You don't need it. Tough love. Tough love. We have Alarion, divine emergence. Be seen, let the world know your gifts. So many of you need to walk out of your hermitum and spread that lighthouse. Michael and Faith, spiritual calling, divine protection, breakthrough moment. I need a breakthrough moment. Chicken! Breakthrough, breakthrough. I had a chicken. That was my breakthrough moment. But we could do little chickies. All my mother had to do, seriously, my mom had these piercing blue eyes. All my mother had to do was give me that look. I knew right away. Up, change. or else I knew what was coming next. And my mom had an arm. She could throw anything and it will hit you. She had an incredible freaking aim. She threw shit, it was hitting you and it was hitting you hard. My mom's voice was so like explosive. When I was first learning how to drive, I put the car in brake. I got into my driveway. I was about to put it in park. My mom screamed at the top of her lungs, and I went right through my garage door. I'm like, why the would you scream? I just got into the driveway, foot on the brake, ready to go into park, and she, and thankfully it was just a little dent, but my gosh, it's devastating and it needs to stop. You know, my financial problems, you know, is a is it's not just a me problem. It's an everybody has this problem at some point in their lives that some unless you have a Trump silver spoon and you have amazing things, great. Why should a piece of paper that cost me almost 15 grand, probably more, that I have to get a license for, and a test that costs money, and all these other things that you have to do that cost money, and then you get a shitty salary? Okay, but for me, that salary would be game changing. But everything has a price. And a lot of what happens in this world is that stupid piece of paper. I have a piece of paper that costs a lot of money and it got me nowhere. You know where it got me? It got me up here. It got me expanded. It got me talent. Like it helped me hone in my talent. But in 3D land, it doesn't do anything. Unless you know somebody that has a connection that can help you behind the scenes finance you. And that's how a lot of people work in this world. Sad to say, but I find that more of a truth than anything else. Oh yeah, there's always a reason why. And my mom wasn't necessarily like, my mom was not the cool parent. Let's just say that. My mom was so attached to me. She was very afraid of letting me out and go into a friend's house. She was very afraid of me doing anything. She had to, like, my mom was so obsessive. This is why I'm going to be squarely honest. Mom, you're here and I know you're here. So listen, the largest reason why I am not married and don't have a family is because my mother used to call my phone. And if I didn't call back, it was a loop of my mom calling and calling and calling until I answered back. And then she would have a screaming fest with me on the phone as an adult. I took care of my mom, but I still needed to live my life. At 28 years old, I was in my relationship and I was going to hope to get married and have a family of my own. But what ruined it was my mother obsessively calling to needing to know what I was doing and where I was doing it at every moment of the time. She was so attached to me. She had a fear. She was very phobic and did not want to lose me to someone else. And I love my mom to death, and I did take really good care of her. But she was a humongous stumbling block in my relationships. And a lot of men don't want to hear, oh, like you have to go home to mommy now. My mom was crazy. I love her to death. I do. But she hindered a lot in my life for not letting me, trusting me that I would go out and my mom probably had an inkling that I did stuff, illegal stuff, but I don't think she understood that like I was the mommy to every one of my friends. I was the responsible one. I was normally the driver, and I never really partook in a lot of stuff unless I stayed out overnight. I'm like, oh, I'm staying over this person's house. That I would then I was always responsible in what I did. If I was going to the city for the night to go to a club with a bunch of friends, I was usually the one that like drove. I was usually the one that didn't get, if I got like drunk, it was at the beginning of the time and not at the end. I would sober up before I would get myself in a car. I was the responsible friend. I was the one holding hair. I was the one doing resuscitation. But my mom was too much. She needed those phone calls. And I gave in because if that made her feel better, like, but it really ruined a lot of my relationships. That's funny. I know a lot of moms that did that. But a lot of my friends were Spanish, so it would be the chicleta. We have Serena. I am the angel of abundance. You will receive the money that you need, and God is in charge of love and of how that will happen. Have faith. I need 4 grand. I need 3 grand now. I'm already past due on my property tax source. JG Wentworth, I need my money now. I got my bills this month. I should be covered, but the rest of the 2, 3 months I'm out of work, and I don't know if I care anymore. I'm like over stressing. Athena, it is safe for you to be powerful. You know how to be powerful in a loving way that benefits others as well as yourself. Seriously, old me would have freaked out that my property tax wasn't paid. Old me would have been flipping at my own self for not having that paid. But this me is like, well, you don't have it. You could sell everything in your house. It's still not going to be $3,000 worth of stuff that you sell. So you don't have it, and you need to eat, and you need to pay your bills to have heat, light, gas, electric, water, and everything else. So make it make sense. That's nuts. My dad was no different from my mother. My dad didn't need the phone calls, but my dad did not know how to be a father. He did not know how to connect to me. He did not know how to parent me. My mom did all the work. My dad just worked. And once in a while, we would have really nice conversations, but otherwise, like my dad and me never got along. And me and my birth father is just like my adoptive father in many aspects. And I don't really talk to my dad. He sent me the shells in this. I was like, Dad, if you can get me a birthday present, I know you make your own bullets. could you please send me stuff you're not going to make bullets with? And he sent me a whole box of brass. But I was more close to my mother, but that, like, I didn't have an easy childhood. On the outside, it looks fine, but emotionally, no. I have Aurora. You are flying high right now, which may threaten others, but don't descend because others will soon become inspired by your example. For sure. I will be right back. I just heard a noise. I don't know where it came from. And I have my pew pew in a hiding spot. Give me a sec. It was one of those fireworks that went off. And one of the things fell in my backyard because I heard a clunk. And I didn't know if it was Little Thor. Little Thor has not been around. Try not to get anxious with him. And he ate food yesterday, but not today. So I don't know where he is. So you're gonna get Freya until until he shows up. Little Miss Perface. Yeah, there's the fire department. Little Perface decided to be really cute this morning as I was putting my boots on to go to work. And she's just like, I'm gonna climb up on you and I'm gonna be cute. So I had to get oh, I don't care that someone pew, like explosion pew, went in my backyard. I was just like, what is that noise? Because New Yorker here, I don't trust shit. Oh, that's awesome, Ash Maya. Little Thor used to let me pet him just like on the top, very tippy top of his head, but not his body. Um, in the last video I have of him, he was limping, and I have a suspicion that that's probably why he's like in a spot, like trying to heal up. I'm hoping so. I know the other day he was out because the food, like I leave the dry food out and it was eaten through. So I know that was him. But when I don't catch him in the morning, like okay, that's why I really like being here because there's fire, you can light fireworks. It is a thing. There's stores, there's outlets. You can go and get fireworks. It's great. It's great. Like I like fireworks. I just hope like last 4th of July, I had a car land in my driveway, hit and run. And of course it was my driveway. And I think what's going on with my foundation is that a car creamed into the house, before I purchased it, and it was patched up and not really fixed. So that's another thing to deal with. But I hope this 4th of July it's quiet in terms of people getting hit and running into my house. Break away, grow and expand with life. Have purpose. Your journey is worthwhile. And that's all of you. Yeah, I bet. Have faith for your own healing. Face forward. You will find a way. That's what I'm doing right now. Right now. Expression. Express your truth. I I have sparklers. I like sparklers. That's what I grew up with. Um, even though they're fireworks are illegal in New York, everybody has them, and they go to Pennsylvania for them, and they drive back, and everybody has amazing displays. Um, right before I left New York over the summer, um, I didn't take pictures, but the Bayonne Bridge that goes to New Jersey and the Goethals Bridge that they just like redid, there's walking paths. So you can walk to New Jersey. And if you get onto the bridge at a certain time, you could see the fireworks at a height that's amazing. Uh, amazing. Here, the first year I moved here, I drove to like a few parking lots to see if I could see anything, but they have like events and stuff, and the high school literally is around the corner across a major road, and then it's right there. They do a display at the high school. Have a good night, Em. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. Oh yeah, I know. New Yorkers love the Poconos. If they're not in Atlantic City, they're at the Poconos. I can tell you that right now. Especially Staten Islanders. Oh, really? I that bridge scares the living daylights out of me. I lived literally 8 minutes from Newark Airport, and I was a minute and a half away from the Goethals Bridge. My high school was literally the bridge was over the football field of my high school, the Bayonne. So I would like if you look at my high school reunion photos, I was all dressed up. The Bayonne Bridge is in the background. Oh, that's awesome. I have one of my former teachers I worked with lives in the Poconos now. Um, I have some other friends that moved to Pennsylvania in and around that area. I understand why fireworks are dangerous and it environmentally as well. Not gonna lie, but they're really pretty to look at. And living in New York and not having allowance to, I my friends would go with a stash of money and, hope the cops never stop them. And I had a lot of fun as a kid. Self-awareness is key. Take time today to go within and spend time with your soul. Go for a walk in nature and ground yourself. Meditate. Listen to your favorite music. Whatever you enjoy most, do that today. So here's a New Yorker secession. Most people live in Brooklyn, go to Staten Island because they want more property and land. Like Staten Island is very much like where I live here in Indiana. It's peoply, but there's space. Not anymore, but when I grew up, it was very less peoply and space. Then it gets higher to New York and they move to New Jersey. But some of them they bypass New Jersey and go straight to Pennsylvania. That's a New Yorker secession. That's like their chain of movement. I looked in Pennsylvania. Um, I had to move within a specific amount of mileage because the truck that I had to I had to hire a moving company. If I went out any further than Indiana, it was going to cost me an extra 10 grand. My move cost me $15,000. And that's with a little fucking truck. And I couldn't drive the truck because I didn't have a CDL. So everybody's like, oh, why don't you move? You want to pay for my moving? You want to drive the truck? Because I don't have a CDL. And then there's certain truck restrictions per state. Resilience is one of the strongest qualities you have. It has gotten you through so many trials and tribulations in the past, and it will continue to do so. Lean on that inner tower of strength anytime you need it. You got this. Woo! Where you are, I have a cat here. Where you are right now is where you are supposed to be. Don't compare yourself to others. That only adds pressure. Take each day as it comes. That's what I've been doing. And for what it is. You are a better person than you were yesterday. Growth isn't easy, but you got this. That's crazy. Everybody's going to be fine. You have to look at the karma that you signed up to experience, and they're not going to let all of us go that easily. Pray to yourself that you're going to be safe. Oh, girlfriend, I trust me, after what you've been through, I Mm. I've been down, I not the surgery road, but I've been down the pain road at 21. I need coffee. Deplorable play with frequency of sound. Advice from upstairs. Wasp spirit. Sometimes life stings. It's stinging me right now. Beaver spirit. Lay a solid foundation. Yeah. Thank you, baby Luigi. I love the healing in this chat. Everybody's so amazing. Parrot spirit. Watch your words. Badger spirit. Be fearless and bold. I think most of us have been too. Um, I probably had arthritis way earlier than they have projected. And they always blamed it on, oh, you're dancing too much and you're this too much and you're that. And I had allergies and I came out of the womb and I had stuff going on with me. Um, I could say the last 4 years of my life, after detoxing off my medications, and I haven't been on medication for a long, I want to say 8 years. Here and there you have to take an antibiotic. Here and there I was on a painkiller. That was one of the major things I had to detox out of my system. Yeah, I was 14, at the age of 14 was when my pain really started hitting. I could say that I'm in pain, but I can live. Right now, when I keep moving, I'm more uncomfortable than I'm in pain. What goes on in my mouth is more annoying than I'm in pain. I shifted a lot in my my mindset when it comes to my health. And no, do I eat healthy all the time? No, I eat what is given to me because that's all I have, right? People send me food, people donate food to me. I eat what I can. Have a good night, Auntie Amy. Yeah, I'm gonna get off in a few minutes. Almost done. Um, I opted not to have back and neck surgery because I didn't want the the percentages me being disabled were too high for my liking. And I wasn't willing to give the risk of that paralysis, knowing that both my parents, I knew innately my parents wasn't going to live a long life. My mom lived until she was 71. My dad was only 58. So I knew somewhere inside, and who knows, if I was paralyzed, I probably would be in screwed. Rainbow. We talk about rainbows. You are a jewel, even though you may not see it. Even in the darkest times, you shine eternally bright. You are surrounded by an aura of love, and a pot of gold waits beyond the horizon. All will clear soon. Trust and continue to follow your dreams. You're eternally blessed. Blessings. Love, light, blessings. Through this card, you are being showered with angelic light. Accept the blessings about to come your way and know that you deserve to be and have all your heart desires. You are being lovingly guided along a golden path, a magical journey through which you shall discover your true essence, the infinite, finite, infinite, and eternal you. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm tired, but I love doing this, so I keep up. I'm going to pull from Arnie's deck, Nature's Elementals and Oracle Healings. Deplorable. L5 is no longer there. It slipped. I have two L5s, by the way. L5 is slipped. 4 is bulging. 3 is herniated. 2 is herniated. I have nerve damage between the thoracic down to the sacral. Then up here, I have a bone spur on C6-7 bulging disc. The bone spur is in the spinal cord. So if I move my neck the wrong way and it hits the bone spur hits the spinal cord, I will get a headache that is vicious. Vicious. Have a good night, Miss Amy. So I've had back issues, degenerative disc disease. I was diagnosed with that. I lift kids. I lift heavy kids. Never stopped me. I know when I wake up in the morning, I'm very stiff and I have to like stretch to even get out because my back is all like discombobulated. But I get better sleep on a bean bag than I do a bed. So for anybody that is interested, this is Arnie's deck, and Arnie is a really nice, amazing person that made these cards and sent me some of his decks. So I like to share. And if you're interested, the links will be in the description after this live ends. It's freezing. Oh, before I read those, let's get an update. Um, cute. What is it right now? Currently, right now, it's 48 degrees. Feels like 46. Yesterday it was 38 degrees in the morning. Tomorrow morning, it'll be 46, going up to 61. Sunday, 43 degrees, 59 during the day. Monday, 52 degrees, 65. Excuse me. Tuesday, 54 degrees, 64. Wednesday, 51, 65. Thursday, 52, 65. Friday, 51, 66. Sunday, 70, 58 degrees. My furnace is on. Actually, the heater underneath my desk is on. I don't mind. So here's the thing, like, I don't mind the cold. I actually don't mind it. Um, Depends what time of month I'm in. But for me, in order for me to plant the rest of my stuff, like whatever's up right now is because it's been there for 2 years. And the lettuce was from last year, and that's coming up. But anything else, I will not plant unless it's over 50 degrees, solid. And it hasn't been that. It's in like the 30s and 40s here. So it sucks because this is very late for me planting. We have Willow. Pay attention to your dreams, messages, and visions that come in dream states. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who doesn't. Who doesn't have back issues? Cat's Eye. A born leader, help humanity ascend. You see what is not seen by most. And that's many of you. Titania. Get ready to transmute and transform into who you were always meant to be. Therese, how I don't know how you say this. Her seductive song can be heart healing or heartbreaking. Use your discernment. Uh some dreams are subconscious that you need to play out, and that's why they're not ones that we want to remember. Um, Other dreams are not dreams, and it's you in another body, another self. But you don't know that because you're seeing it in the view of what's going on. And other times you are not remembering because you're not in your body and you're not, it's not for you to know yet what you're doing. Yeah. After the RV. Well, they're getting rid of pennies. So he made some headway. JG Wentworth, I want it now. Not because I'm rushing, not because I'm not patient, because the longer you wait, the longer it's not going to perpetuate the way it comes out. Flannel pajamas are so awesome too. I have a few pair. Blessings, Gregory. You guys are awesome. That, yes, lucid dreaming, but there's vivid dreaming as well. There's different states of dreaming. It's not just the one and done that you have wild, imaginative, fun things. There are certain things that you have to play out. Your subconscious, unconscious plays out. Then you have your vivid states. Then you have your lucid. Very similar, a little different. Moving my legs and making things shake. Angel number 444. What you have been preparing for is finally coming to fruition. The angels are with you. Look for signs all around as the angels are giving you messages. Angel number 1122. Balance and alignment. No need to look back with regret. You are in the perfect moment and have the perfect opportunity to have deeper unions with yourself and with loved ones. 2022. Focus on partnership, connections, love, relationships, and anything that involves energies with others. You thrive in joint ventures. With that card, what Spirit gave me a little sprinkling. In order for me to get what I want in manifestation, I have to work with other people. I have to find people who are willing to take a chance on me and give me the opportunity so I could show up in my full authenticity. It's not about doing it by myself anymore. I have to find the opportunity where someone will give it to me and have hope and work with me, not just leave me to the wolves. So that's really a path I don't know where to find, but I have to find the right people that are willing to help me and give me a chance. 452, a sign from the universe that life changes are coming your way. Symbolizes wealth, abundance, and success. Your dreams and goals are manifesting now. And it's a number 17 card. 107. Inner wisdom and enlightenment. Trust your intuition and inner guidance. Stay positive and follow your passions. Abundance and success in all your aspects of your life. Okay. I'm going to do this one deck because Spirit asked me earlier to do so. Then I'm going to pull from the last deck. If you are a channel member tomorrow, at some point, we'll see what I got going on tomorrow. You're going to get your oracle reading for the week. It's golden and shiny. For all of you beautiful souls out there. This is the Romance Angels deck. Don't ask me why Spirit made me pull this. Don't know. But it is. Express your love. Go ahead and make the romantic gesture. Let your friends help you. Ask for and accept support from others. I was just talking about that. Doesn't need to be in a romantic way. Let your friends help you. I need an opportunity from somebody or peoples. It could be friends or it could be strangers. I don't care. Calling in your soulmate. Your prayers, affirmations, and visualizations help bring you together. So there we are. Whoever needed to hear that, there you go. Sure wasn't me, because I ain't looking. I'm done with that story for now. No, chicken, buck buck. I root for myself too, but I'm not. What I need is to get myself back in check. I need to be self-sufficient. I need to be able to pay my bills and to be the adult that I am. It's not without a lack of trying. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, right now I still have a job, but it's in August. Like I'm looking for a summer position. I haven't heard back yet from the schools about stuff I have applied to, but I'll definitely take a look and see if they will qualify me for anything. I'm not closed down to it. I do want to go back and get that license to teach art, even if it's not at my school, and it's, an opportunity, will maybe present itself in a charter school. But I don't know if they're even out here. So I have a lot of looking to do. Way more than I'm making now. But I don't do, this is something that I had to come to terms with. I love what I do. Even if I get bit, punched, head butted, and injured, I love working with the kids. I never worked for the amount of money that I got. I complain about it, but at the heart and essence of it, I never did it for a paycheck. I did it because I purely love what I do. Of course, that comes with you need to live and you need to have your needs met. And that's the crossroads that I'm at right now. I want to do something that I love and that I'm passionate about, but that will make ends meet. My teeth are loose. Sorry. Aurora of Gamma. Okay, she doesn't have biddies hanging out. It is time to let go of what has been. You are swiftly outgrowing your past, that's for sure. Explore and commit to a spiritual practice that supports your personal transformation so that you can cross the threshold before you now. Embrace your freedom to be creative in your approach rather than doggedly committing yourself to your previous ideas or plans. You have the spiritual intelligence necessary to evolve. Continue your healing journey with trust that a positive outcome is imminent. Aurora is a Roman goddess of the dawn, the bringer of light, the intricts of a new cycle or chapter in your life. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck. You don't need to see my yellow teeth. She is a luminous dispeller of darkness, the flickering flame of hope in the heart that can burn into such a radiant holy fire that even the greatest challenges do not cause the soul to turn away in fear. Her presence in a reading signifies a fresh start and an overcoming of an old cycle. Hi. Gamma waves are high frequency, typically 40 hertz in humans, but extending to higher levels with hypergamma oscillating at 100 hertz. Associated with spiritual insights and clarity, pure vision, and breakthrough awareness. The gamma state is associated with high level processing that leads to integration and evolution. With gamma frequency, we transform knowledge into wisdom through application. We tap into our ability to integrate information, and in doing so, are truly healed and transformed. As the world around us becomes increasingly complex, the capacity for superior processing is swiftly becoming necessary for the spiritual, emotional, psychological, and even physical well-being of humanity. There's a strong link between spiritual practices such as meditation and production of gamma waves. When we experience a heightened state of spiritual awareness, an expansive sense of being, or a powerful connection with the universe or spirit, our brain is in gamma mode. What is needed is something new and increasingly alive, such as a life-stimulating grace of encounters with the unfamiliar. Connection to gamma waves can enhance our capacity to embrace the unfamiliar, and through the openness of being, constructive adaptation is enhanced. Our way of becoming gets more fluid, responsive, and creative. We engage with our experiences and grow positively through how we respond to what is happening. Aurora of gamma indicates a shift in a new cycle, but also the growing presence of the light within, which is the creative light of spirit. Tuning into that light opens up options for living soulfully, away from the grip of ignorance, no longer constantly ensnared by the compelling, but ultimately fraudulent conjurations of ego. Her new era is an inner transformation with positive external consequences. Trust in what your inner light is manifesting in your heart and in our world. So I'm sending Miss Wendy specifically, but all of you, healing, love, light, compassion, grace, strength, but physical healing in the places that you need it. I'm going to end it here, guys. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up, for giving me your time, your energy, your peace, your healing in the chat. Thank you for contributing to this beautiful community of like-minded souls of angels. I will post a raffle piece within the next day or two on the community tab. Channel members, you get a free entry into my raffle. So who knows? It might be you. This guy is calling. And Bob, you get a free entry because you donated the button and some goodies. But Patriotic Skull, this probably is a chicken winner dinner. So I'll be raffling that off. If you're interested in a raffle and you're not a channel member, my entries are at $5. It's not that bad. And all the information will be in the community tab once I post it if you're interested. Please, tomorrow there is a Zoom that anybody can join. You might just have to say, hi, I'm from AllyKat's channel, just so that people know you're not an infiltrator or somebody that's spying. You don't have to have your camera on, but if you have Zoom, it's a beautiful place to hang out and hear everybody chit chat and see people. It's great. I hope to be able to get on tomorrow. I wasn't able to get on last Saturday. But I love hanging out with everybody. It's fun on Saturday, so please check that out. Um, I just lost my thoughts. Anywho, if it is gone, it'll come back later. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. Um, once again, there's plenty of ways if you're interested in helping me keep this alive. Um, channel members, you will get your oracle reading tomorrow. Sending each and every one of you love, like a passion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Go within, go within. Be the shoulder, be the lighthouse. Sprinkle and seed your truths. Light that path forward. And I hope to see you all on the next one. I'll be crafting on Tuesday live. Hang out with us again. And I know there's a lot of other people that do shows. So I get Tuesdays drop dramatically, but I'm still going on. I can't change my life because other people go live. If I did that, I would never be here. So I do want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. Make sure if you're interested in any of my beautiful stuff, check out my website, AllyKatCreations211.com. There's a link on my YouTube channel. And thank you for all the support, your abundance, your gratitude, your energy, and your healing in the chat is fantastic. Take a deep breath. The energy is batshit, but we're going to get through it together. So until the next one, guys, love and light. And